chocolate boxes. Hey, Crowy. Still alive? Good. That's good news. I like to hear people are still alive. To an extent, you're only partially alive? Are you undead? Is that what happened to you? Konbanwa, Kunin. If it's sick right now, by a bit I mean slightly dying inside now, but I've been having a... Well, sure. Other than terrible things happening to me, everything is great. It do be like that. But I hope you do get better, and that it's not... and that it's not serious enough to be dying. Ready to learn? Good, because this is a learning class. About where I am too, other than a terrible job, I should have an interview next week for a new job. Can't wait to dump this trash heap. Well, I mean, it sounds like it's... that'd be a lot of work to dump it, because it's so filled with trash, but... you can take off and don't look back. 99. How we going? Doing good. How you going? 99. Which is something I didn't get used to until my Australian roommate used to ask that all the time. Like, how are you doing? Like, how you going? How's it going? Evie's here. Good. Well, good luck on your interview, because if your interview goes well, then you won't have to destroy yourself little by little for a job that doesn't pay you enough. Doing great. Called and booked my appointment yesterday. Is this the kind of appointment I think it is, 99? Is this an appointment for getting your treatment? Hey, Kai. Nice. How exciting. Very cool. Life updates? Alright. Well, keep it brief, because we gotta start class soon, but we would like to hear from you. Also doing some 3D printing, so I'll be popping out. You're popping out, you gotta go run the Catholic Mass for the world. Yeah, that happens.
ラディオラビット0Fレイディング F20 ビューワーズラディオラビット0様は20の視聴者とレードしています。
Welcome, Raiders. Radio Rabito sama. How are you doing? We're just getting started. We're so just getting started that I haven't typed up my stream announcements yet, but you know. Got a roommate both in human form and kitty form. I ended up crashing one of my cars and had to flip. Those are not in the same category. Welcome, Raiders. Sharky raid? Why is it a Sharky raid? Are you not a rabbit? Are you a rabbit shark? Are you a shark rabbit? What is this? Well, yeah, no, I mean they're both live updates. It's just those seem like to be in different. And when you say you have both in human form and kitty form, are we talking about two separate creatures? Is this a human who's also a cat? Do you have a furry roommate? Or do you have a human roommate as well as a cat, a feline roommate? Welcome, Laveau. And Rel and Arya. You're shaped. Oh, okay. I know you've mentioned that, but that never seems to like stick in my brain. Alright, I think we can... We're at 8 minutes. Okay, why don't we get started then? You adopted a cat and got a roommate? I'm still confused. Are these two separate creatures? Did you adopt the roommate too while you were at it? Thank you for the raid, Radio Rabbit, Radio Rabito. Welcome on in, Shark Raiders. I just had some shark raiding right here. TJ Rage Quits, welcome on in. Not ready to come up? I've never done 3D printing. Do you need to let it cool? Is it like taking things out of the oven? You have to let it rest? Or something like that? Hey Blythe. Lurg. Alright, Kunin jumping right on to the date for today. So material stuff kind of... Okay. I mean... I guess it's kind of like stuff from the kit from the stove and the oven. You don't want to pop it right in your mouth. Straight from there, you have to let it cool. You lurking for here, got some chores, alright? Get to your chores. Yeah, I'm still confused about this. Are we talking about one creature? CV, you get estrogen pills way more often than other people do. Gotta have the cookie, gotta have the estrogen. Oh, come on, cookie, you can do this. You start stream only hour. Yes, I know this because I have a work meeting that I have to attend prior to this and started as soon as I could after the meeting. Come on, cookie. This is what stops me from starting my stream early, is I have work. Cookie! I ended up adopting a cat. Her name is Chloe, and I also got a new roommate who is not Chloe, who is also female. Okay. Now it comes out. Now you have to... So look, some people refer to their pets as roommates, so I was confused. This is gonna be one of those days. Part of it is that my arm, when trying to move it to my mouth, blocks this tracking of my hand. Let's get to the date. No, it's okay. I'm just saying that it was ambiguous. Early in stream, prepare something to eat, because with lack of DST on my side, you start around the time I'm making myself something to eat. Something to eat. Don't make yourself into something to eat. Come on, Cookie. We can do this. We can do this. Fine. You know what's happening?
Pipo? Cha-chan!
I don't care. Oh, there. I'm just gonna have to expand the food colliders, make my mouth a little bit larger. Hate doing that, but it's better than me struggling to... Fine. I'll hydrate now. Let me see, what did Radio Rabbit do? Scrolling back. Just chatting. If you're still here, what were you chatting about? Just curious, but you're just chatting. Taking a bit of it, I'm tired, Kitty's laying with me, but a bit sick, should get some... If you're sick, please take care of yourself, and that means getting rest, getting fluids like this, getting some hydration. I have some orange pineapple juice with the rest of my Ultra Gold Monster Energy. Go to bed, Croy. Go to bed. We'll be starting our Japanese lesson. Fluid schmoods. Oh, you like the Ultra Gold? I think it kind of tastes like pineapple. But it also tastes like a lot of chemicals, so a little split on it. Kurin says, Kyou no hizuke wa 2024年3月25日月曜日ね Correct. Although we correct this to America because we also do the date for Eastern Hemisphere, like Belgium. For example, ベルギーの日付は2024年3月26日火曜日 Also, you got a roommate who you did not adopt. Got it. CW Tiger, hello. Welcome, Tiger. Kuroi auto. We're gonna have to teach you the katakana for that. Although when you say name and then auto, it usually means that you got a strike or something. Spent like $120 on new clothes yesterday. 3 new dresses, 2 bras, and a super cute stitched jumper. Nice. You gonna share pics of your new clothes? Long sleeve dress and cozy. Isn't it warm for long sleeve dresses? Who splooshed without you? Oh, we're not doing any of that spreadsheet. Someone did trigger sharks, but no one splooshed around here. Good to see you, spreadsheet. I never put in there people know I'm from America. Well, then we can teach you Western Hemisphere. That would work. Nikki. Hello. Sick yesterday. Luckily, I'm feeling much better and tummy can handle food. I'm glad your tummy can handle food, because food is tasty. I eat food every day. Probably gonna be the longest week ever waiting for my appointment. Yeah. But very exciting. Something to look forward to. Is Monday the only day at the late time slot? That's going to be the goal. So just have it on Monday. Except this Friday, I also announced in my Discord that Friday also has to be late. Even later than this, because I have to work late on Friday. But in general, late Monday and then early Wednesday, Friday. What did I eat? Can I? Oh, there we go. Peach pretzel. See, that's much easier to eat. Ooh, just bonking in chat, huh? Sinji picks brown dress is the one I'm wearing right now. Oh. Oh, see, when you said stitch jumper, I thought you were saying that it was like knitted. What you're saying is it has a picture of Stitch on it. Okay. Apparently we're just gonna have lots and lots of misunderstandings today. Look, if you say it's a stitch jumper, I thought you were saying it was a knitted one.
キツン74ウェーブはキツン74フラッグ。
Thank you for the resubscription, Nikki. With your Twitch Prime, you only have one Twitch Prime and you're spending it here. Fox OO to you too. People say Japanese is context heavy. It is. It is. It very much is. We only do another Saturday because of Easter. We'll be even earlier than usual, so we won't expect you on the Friday stream. Pale blue, pink, white. Yeah. If you check out the, if you look it up online, you can find the Pantone colors. So like the exact colors for it. Alright, I can do the full hiragana versions for people who need them, but otherwise we'll just get into it. Yes, I'm gonna switch the sound. Let's see. Where are we going? How about this today? You wanna show this stitch jumper? I could do that. Okay, let me pull up a window. Oh wow. About this one. A jumper is a sweater, correct? It's a little bit more British English, British, Australian, New Zealander English. All right. Now let me pull this up. Here's the picture of Evie's new jumper. In fact, in this case, we might call it a sweatshirt in English, in American English. Ta-da! Since I live right by a library in New York City, decided to borrow some books to help me learn Japanese. I'll have to wait until they're ready to be picked up. Do they not have digital versions? Because digital versions of books are great because you don't need to return them. They just sort of like automatically like disappear out of the digital section. Surplus from the German Navy. Is that an offshoot of Old Navy? That sounds like Dev is here. Hey, Dev. Friday streams on Saturday for me. I just wanted to confirm you're streaming over Easter. I'm streaming on Friday here. It will be a Saturday for you. Yes. It's just going to be late because I have work. You have a new Steppies emote? Cute. Scrolling. How's it going? I'm alright, Dev. How are you doing? Arctic Wolf, hello. Just about reading digital books, having a book in front of you will help a lot better. Okay, fair enough. That's the plan. Time to learn. Okay, finally caught up. Sorry it took me a little while. Been better at making it through. Is it PCD? As I know for some people it takes them a week or two to shake off PCD. Alright, thank you Foxes for getting the date with the furigana in there. Picture food. Hey Junie. Cute. Those are very cute. Long story short, got into a car wreck now, how to appear in court to deal with a couple citations. Yep. Go commission Junie if you want something like that. Junie does animations. They're so smooth and lifelike. It's really cool. Boxes itekimasen. So unfortunately, Dev, if your area is very conservative, I would unfortunately boy mode it. Because unfortunately courts are allowed to be completely biased. So I have a trans friend who basically went through divorce from their wife. They did a full transition and everything. Wife wanted a divorce, and basically because this is a court out in like farm country, in a very conservative area, the court said, well, see, you did this to yourself and you hurt your family, and so we're going to award basically everything to your wife because we feel sorry for her. So, yep, they basically called my friend a homewrecker for transitioning to be who she wants to be. And this includes the car, the house, a lot of the money, all stuff that she earned and paid for. So I know how the I forgot to change my shirt. Give me a sec. What am I wearing today? Um, Screw it up? True. How can they use empathy as a way to not have empathy for them? Yep. They're saying, oh, well, we have empathy for the cis person in this couple. So, oh, I think that was an apple. The colliders are too big now. Oh, watermelon and pretzel this time. Oh. They were the one. Yeah. Oh, I know. I told her that I would get up early and drive to be a material witness for her, because she would have to leave at like 5 in the morning to drive like 4 or 5 hours away to where she used to live. But he is so cute, Junie. Very, very cute. All right, so class. I don't mean this to be a sob story. I think my friend is doing okay, but it just does suck that things can be that biased against us. So, Robin, indeed. Yeah, Dev streams. Go check out Dev. Go give her a follow. How many beginners do we have in class today? Do we want to work on some beginner stuff for a bit? How long have you been doing this, Dev? You know this is what happens. I guess these aren't capped. I should maybe have a, maybe should have a cooldown on these. You barely slept, spreadsheet. No, no spreadsheet. You need to stream. You drew a PNG tuber. Kunin, start streaming. Just never finished. Well, I mean, you do need to finish it at some point. So far into Japanese you forgot how to speak English? That works. Anytime I lay down, my eggs have ants on them. Is this a euphemism? Do you have ants in your bed? Is that what's going on? I'm confused. Your legs! I thought it was a euphemism that you didn't want to talk about having eggs on there, having ants on that part. Konbanwa, Robin. Well, we can definitely teach you some more particles, for sure. First party's gotta save money for this court date and such. Well, yeah, because that may depend. So if you get a good court ruling, then you can get your car covered. So that's going to be huge. Spreadsheet lays eggs. There we go. Not actual ants. Are you getting phantom ant sensations on your L eggs? What are some of your favorite Japanese euphemisms? I mean, you mean idioms? Because euphemisms often gets kind of dirty. I gotta pay for failure to yield and driving without a... Oh, Dev, no! When you rented the car, did you not get temporary insurance? kabuto awase? I don't even know that one. It wasn't a rental, it was a friend's car. We were out doing DoorDash. Often, if it's your friend's car will cover who is driving. Like my parents' car, if I borrowed my parents' car covers any legal driver, even if you are not on the policy. Yabai is interesting. Japanese slang has so many meanings. It's not slang. It's basically a word which has a slang meaning to it. Oh. It's time for the... It's time for your medication. Oh. They don't have insurance? That's your... Oh. Why doesn't your friend have insurance? What is going on here? Japanese verbs have tenses? No, that's incorrect. Japanese verbs definitely have tenses. Is Esther to make the donut bigger? The hole stays the same size, but yes, the donut gets larger. You don't have insurance and you drive around foxes? You know that's illegal, right? Yes, car insurance. We're talking about cars. Yes. Okay, good. I got worried. Yeah, it's illegal to drive around without insurance. Wish I had a donut, gotta have 15,000 leads. Looking at that stuff for Medicare one day. Wait, what are you talking about now? I'm so confused with this conversation. There's so many different euphemisms going on. Right. I'm moving on to actual Japanese. We can still talk about other stuff, but Japanese has to start moving forward a little bit. Oh, you're talking about the other donut. See, I'm talking about the booty when I say donut. It's almost reached 6 hours today, don't think. I would hope that we learned something more than that after all this time. What was the other donut? Nikki, Evie's talking about a donut on the other side. On the other side of the booty. Does Japanese have a euphemism like passed away instead of dying? You can just say that they sort of disappeared. Sure. Foxes, we are talking about the lady donut. I'm trying to not have to spell it out, but... So we recently covered talking about particles. So in one of our recent Um, we did verbs, we did numbers. What do we do this in? Where do we do particles? Oh yeah, we did particles on March 20th. It's more of a hot dog, but usually called a taco if you're going to use a euphemism at all. Although you're saying that's where the hot dog goes? Okay. I'll give you that one then. Sumanko. Sorry, sorry about your vagina. What is this stream? What is going on? New slang was box? That's been slang for like 40 years. Donut is clearly talking about the booty. Because I'm not sure if you know this, Evie, but men don't have a front donut, so the back donut is the only thing that they have in common. Watching a show called Metabots with a friend, I keep hearing this say solda. A few meanings. The main thing is so, as in that is. That is it. Or I see. Is hot boxing a new content? Yeah, it's like hot yoga. It's when you do boxing but in a very warm environment. Hey, digital dear. Does kara mean thereafter? Kara means from, but it can mean like from this point in time forward. That also works. Learning so much in this stream. You're learning a lot of bad things. Let's learn some good things, shall we? Alright, so quick rundown. We'll redo the chart on particles just for the essentials. So, review of essential particles. You can also check the lesson notes from March 20th when we covered these. Part 1, because there's going to be more. Alright? So, first particles that you're absolutely going to need. What the heck? Did they change the... how this... Where did they move everything around to in this program? I can't find where they move stuff. Some people do in hotel rooms have to put Tupperware over the smoke detector. You can lose or get penalized for smoking in a non-smoking room.
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water,
Ohio
stretch,
Sensei.
and check your
Ohio
posture.
Kiryu-san.
Your health
Has it been
comes
half an
first.
hour already? I have to... Okay, I accidentally ate the pretzel. Okay, apple cookie. There we go. That's for Ryokan. You can still get penalized if they have things smelling like smoke in a non-smoking room. If you're going to smoke, just get a smoking room. I cannot figure out how to change justification on these now. I don't know what they did. And now I can't find the formatting of this stupid thing. Oh, here we go. Little string bits are used to attach the coat hanger on dresses. String bits? Are you talking about where the label goes? I mean, it's your dress, you can get rid of it if you want to. So we've learned wa. We covered o, ni, de, ka, and no. Wraps around hanger, keep dress on said hanger. Yeah, but that's like insisting on keeping the mattress label. You're not allowed to cut off the mattress label unless you own the mattress. The wa particle, the o particle. Ni, de, ka, and no. So this is a review for some of the beginners. Talking about what is this? This is the subject marker. Talking about what is the subject of the sentence. What is it about, or who is it about? Yamete kudasai, please stop, says Robin. When would you use dame? Dame is more like saying that it's not allowed. So please stop and that's not allowed, you can't do that, are very different. This is the direct object marker. In other words, the verb, what is it working on? What does it operate on? I bought a book. The book is the direct object because I'm the subject and I'm buying something, that's my action. Direct object is the direct connection from the verb onto what I'm doing. Neat. This is the indirect object. No downside cutting off. If you're not going to use it, then cut it off. You say it's in your way. It's your dress. You can do whatever you want with it. Preposition marker. Where is it? Is it under the table? Is it on top of the bed? Is it next to the toilet? Is it inside the microwave? Where is it? Do a bit of quick shopping trip, back in a few. Good luck, Tiger. Gonna go buy chickens, I imagine. Sensei wa Arufu という海外コメディドラマは見たことある？知ってるよ。それは80年代のパペットコメディ。 だった。結構有名だった。Kiryu is asking about the comedy series Alf, which basically had a puppet character interacting with a family. Duchess Lady Cat, good evening everyone. I got about 2 hours before I go home from work. It's been pretty slow tonight. It's Monday. People probably having things pretty slow. Yes, ALF. Stood for Alien Life Form, I believe. I didn't really watch the show very much. I knew it was on television, and they did a bunch of reruns and stuff, but I didn't really watch it. Keep them or cut them off? Whatever you want. I don't know if the dresses that I bought have that on there. Sun Campbell's starting to get a bit warm. I don't know, it's 7 o'clock here. It's getting pretty chilly. Ima, YouTube で日本語だけど公開で配信してる。まあコピーライトがもう過ぎてるのかな。だからね。2-hour print. What are you printing? Never watched Alpha much either. The only thing I know is Alien was eating cats. Yeah. Apparently cats were his favorite food. So but it was I think the premise of the show was that he was an alien and they were always trying to keep him secret because they didn't want people to know that they had an alien in their house. No, to do the preposition correctly, Arctic Wolf, you have to take obu no naka ni. I'll get to that in just a moment. I'm going to try to fill out my chart here. Movement from one place to another. You're going from here to there. I'll do a presentation day. You better believe I had on the skirt suit and triple strand pearls. Oh, you got like a sharp business skirt suit. Alexia, hello. Yeah, it's basically American Dad, except American Dad's a cartoon. Whereas Alf was a live-action comedy with a puppet. And like 30 years later than Alf. Bought some D&D minis. They didn't have bases, so I'm printing some bases for them. 3D printing is just a slow process. I think part of it depends on the 3D printer. So if you have a cheaper printer, it may be slower, maybe have to take a lot longer. If you get a more expensive one, it goes faster. Also, for Alien Lifeform's real name was Gordon Shumway. See, I don't know these details. Crashed into the Tanner's garage for being lost from his planet, which was destroyed. Just back in the 80s, Dad probably remembers that show. Mom got I think it was popular. I mean, people certainly didn't. People were talking about it all the time, I guess. Relax, Arctic Wolf. We're gonna get there, but because you keep asking me questions, I don't have time to finish talking about the last question that you were doing. So I'm not getting anything done, so please wait for me to get there. before you start asking more questions. As you were asking me about the particles, and so I'm just giving you a list of particles. Slow down. I can only type so fast. Location of the action. And 2, method or process. How did you do that? What did you use? What tools did you use? How did you make this? Did you bake it? Did you fry it? Did you use a knife? Did you use a shovel? Method or process? Polite question marker. This or that. This is how you mark this or that. Be possible to construct a sentence using all the particles. This is only just part of the list. I'm only putting the most frequently used particles. If you were to talk about the entire list of particles, you're probably talking about more like 20 to 30. So that would be a mess. So could you? I suppose it would be clunky as heck, so I would say no. Noun A or B. Indeterminate pronouns. We can get into that in a bit. Those may be possible, all of them technically as practically no. Not without making it sound like a horrible Frankenstein of a sentence, so no. For all intents and purposes, no. Speaking of no, possessives and making no adjectives. So the noun belonging to this other noun. Belonging. Nominalizing verbs into gerunds. Nouns and adjectives into pronouns. The Victorian novice, it's not going to have the same kind of feeling to it. Turning nouns into adjectives. And this is where the no adjectives come in. So, going back to the sentence talking about where something is. So, ni is the preposition marker talking about where something is, where it exists. But this often gets linked with no as well, because when we say the thing is under the other thing, for example, the cat is under the bed. We talk about something like that, we have to do this. Neko is our subject because that's what the sentence is about. Then we're trying to say, well, first, what part of the bed? So we start with beddo. This is the starting point, because we're talking about under the bed. So first we have to establish bed, and now we're going to say under, because we're talking about the underside of the bed. Beddo no shita This shita means down, or under, or beneath, or below, or anything like that. Now we use ni. Do you see how this works? Because first we have to start with bed. Because relative to what? Relative to the bed. That's where we have to start. Beddo no shita. So it's the under of the bed. And that in the space called the bed's under, the bed's below, the bed's beneath, in there with the ni. That is where the cat is. Shita ni imasu. Okay? Does that make sense? So this word here, shita, means down, means below, means beneath, means under, anything like that, all put into this one kanji. And in this case, the verb is iru. Well, technically this. It does have kanji, but a lot of times it's not used. This is to be, to exist, to be at, in at some place, for specifically people and animals. This does not get used for plants. This does not get used for flowers, does not get used for trees. Well, now you're talking about whether something is worth your time. That's a completely different thing. Completely different. Fish are included as animals. Does that make sense? But now let's look at a different case. The burrito is inside the microwave. I don't know what they do with fantasy stuff like plant people, but I guess they'd be treated as people, correct? Which is why it's interesting sometimes when watching anime with sentient plants or talking about dragons and like what terms would they use, or talking about like vampires or fairy people. And so sometimes they talk about, oh, it's talking about the population, and a lot of the words with population involve things with the word person or human in there. And so we're watching a anime about dragons, and they, instead of like, oh, well, what kind of person are you? They say, well, what kind of animal are you? Ippiki. Yeah, because they're talking about a dragon, which I would think that dragons would be large creatures, but they talked about them with the small creature kanji. Maybe because they just like the sound of it. The sort of cutoff between small creature and large creature is basically smaller than a cow. Because cows, like when we're talking about steer and cattle and all that, we refer to them as heads of cattle. Because when they get large enough, we start calling them as heads. So anything larger than that, elephants, lions and tigers, whales, and all those other really large creatures, we use the large creature kanji. And anything smaller, the cats and dogs and foxes and wolves and weasels and otters and fish and all that stuff, small creature. Although not fish. Fish and birds have their own separate thing. Thought they were making fun of the pathetic dragon? Maybe. He's definitely a lot smaller and his stats suck. Is it common for anime to simplify words for explaining stuff too easier to kids? If it's specifically a children's show, then yes, they can keep it simple. Same as if it's a game for Pokemon, like Pokemon, where the target audience is children, they won't use kanji. They'll use things, keep it very, very simple. Yeah, if you are smaller than a cow, then you fall into the small creature category. Specifically, talking about like four-legged creatures. Because birds have their own category, fish have their own category. Newer Pokemon games finally added kanji with Furigami. Probably because the newer Pokemon games are aimed at older kids. They're probably figuring that, well, the kids who started with like first, second generation Pokemon have grown up. Now they need older games. Everyone I've talked to who was playing the like Switch versions of games, they're all in their like 20s, so not too surprising. Burrito wa, because this is our subject, we're talking about a burrito. The word for microwave in Japanese is denshi-renji. In other words, it's an electrical stove. That's what this means. No, naka, inside, same thing. Where's our starting reference point? It's the microwave, and from there, we're gonna go from there to the inside. No, naka ni. Microwave is more like an oven. Yeah, I know that. I understand the science between all three of those. I'm not the one who created that for Japanese, and before Fox has said something, I did not retcon that. She keeps accusing me of, like, retconning the language. Arimasu. So we have to use the aru verb here because we're talking about something that is not a creature, not a person, not an animal. So we're talking about inanimate things, and this includes trees and flowers. Word for microwave, denshi-renji. A word for microwave. Oh, denshi-renji. Well, yeah, thank you. Small brain fart. It typed, though. It was weird. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Electronic particles rather than battery. Battery-powered microwave would probably go through batteries like crazy. Yeah, the sheep child kanji gets used a lot for radiation. Because technically all of the little radioactive particles that go jumping off of radioactive material, they're the children of the radioactive material. So, but thank you for correcting me on that. Don't want to teach people the wrong word. So then we have naka. Inside, middle, can also have meanings of during. And then our verb here is aru. Let's see, which kanji? It's technically this one. To be, to exist, to be in, at some place. For inanimate objects, including trees and flowers. I used to, when I first started teaching, say, oh yeah, iru is for living creatures and aru is for non-living creatures. And like, well, where do trees fall? It's like, well, trees fall into this category. Flowers fall into this category. Things like coral, they're probably going to fall into this category. Even though coral's alive. Coral moves around. Well, if you're talking about coral, the rock, it's probably this. If you're talking about coral, the creature that, like, waves its tentacles around, like, that's probably iru. Kanji for China, because it's the middle country. Yeah, China was basically like, well, you know, here's the world. China on this side, Persia and India over here, Russia, and then like other countries like, well, China's in the middle of all of that. But do people understand the main thing I want to talk about here is how do we talk about where things are? So we have to start with the preposition. So when we say under the bed, in Japanese, technically we're doing bed. The bed's under section. So prepositions are more treated like nouns than anything in Japanese. We have the word preposition in English, and that's specifically a separate category of words. But in Japanese, they're basically noun places. All right? Am I caught up on questions, or are there other things that people were asking about here? Hori wa ki no ue de mushi o tabemasu ka? Oh, you're trying to make a sentence that uses all of those? Yeah, basically. So you got wa, you got no, you got de, you got o, and you have the ka. So the only thing you're missing was a ni. Seems straightforward? Alright. Sends me a question regarding, I have a question regarding, I guess, the word conjugation. Supposed to learn that yet. The word conjugation itself is not important in Japanese. The important thing is that you have to change the verbs to match their situation. What tense is it in? Are we talking past tense, present tense? How are you using it? What is it trying to say? Do you want to do this? Did you do this? Do you want to do this together? Shall we do this? So you have to match that, as well as the tone. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to a friend? Are you talking to a stranger? Are you talking to a really big, important VIP? Your tone is going to change for all of these. gonna be hilarious. My handwriting Japanese is neater than my English. How many people write English these days? Everyone types stuff or texts it. I was a little bit shocked to learn that a lot of kids, not trying to be pejorative here, but a lot of kids have never signed their name, like, to anything. And it's like, well, why? You want to sign a new... you sign your credit card statement or the thing at the electronic register. You're gonna sign for your phone plan. You're gonna sign for a lease. And it's like, no one knows how to sign. So a lot of people just print. Like we're all used to a thing you write down often. Yeah, but you're doing specifically language study. And to study Japanese, I tell people all the time, writing it down helps. Your signature in print? Yeah, because a lot of kids don't know how to do cursive. Again, Arctic Wolf, I don't recommend you call it the Ru form, because that's misleading. We have what's called the Ichidan form, and we have the Goldan form. It's better terminology for talking about the verb categories. Calling it a Ru form is going to cause problems later, so please don't do it. Ichidan, the one-step form, and the Goldan verbs, the five-step verbs. Please try using that. You've never heard the word pejorative? Pejorative is basically like saying derogatory. I know how to do cursive, it's just really bad. Yeah, but you're in the minority, Blythe, who are bothering to do cursive at all. And you just need to practice it more and it'll get better. But the number of people who said that they cannot write cursive and can't even read cursive is increasing.
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your posture. Your health comes first.
Alright, fine. I'll drink. Don't forget to stand up, stretch, posture check, crack your back. Get some blood flowing around. Especially goes for you, Spreadsheet, if you have a condition where you really need to be up and around. Wow, I didn't even put units in my own battle because I'm a terrible, terrible captain. I learned to read off handwriting. Doctors write better than my mother. Her handwriting is so bad she can't even reread it herself. Well, that's...
Thank you for the follow! The world could always use more foxes.
Thanks for the follow and the pie, I guess. Anybody's left in the work shift. Good. Get you home, get you back to relaxing. We'll go for a quick walk and make a drink. Sounds good. Yep, we lost because I should put a unit in the battle. Archer units assist tanking. Making credit doesn't help. There we go. Handwriting's better, looks I'm legible if I write fast. Number writing numbers could be better. Again, practice. Everyone has to practice for it to look good. Could you find a more human thing than pie? Pies aren't human. I know what you mean. Fried chicken. Saw this adorable video where they went to a British school and introduced them to Southern fried chicken, which they'd never had before. And they're like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. Nope. Ichidan is the verb form. Goldan is different for different verbs, so you're not changing Ichidan verbs into Goldan verbs. For the most part, they stay separate. There are a couple of verb forms you change, and regardless of what kind of verb it was before, it turns into an Ichidan verb. But you're not taking a verb like taberu and going into one of the basic forms, tabemasu. That's not a Goldan form, that is a verb form, specifically the mas form, which is polite present future. I guess we'll do it like this. Verb forms. So if no one's requesting anything in particular, I'm going to explain different verbs. Too much practice and by number writing horrible. Doing too much math, you end up writing fast numbers, becomes less and less legible. That's sort of what happens with doctors, I think. I assume they don't send them to medical school to teach them how to write badly, but that is kind of the joke. You're making some hot chocolate. Yum. Goldan is referring to the verbs, but let me explain. The 5 terms are purely because we go from the u column to a, I, u, e, o. Depending on the verb form, you're going to change that into. But all of these verb forms apply to both Ichidan and Goldan verbs. There's no verb form that is entirely only for one kind of verb. There are 2 kinds of verbs, and all verb forms apply to all verbs. The 2 forms, the 2 kinds of verbs are Ichidan verbs and Goldan verbs. Ichidan verbs, 100% of them end in ru. And conjugate differently than Goldan verbs. Almost always conjugate by dropping the end of the verb off. Whereas Goldan verbs, these end in ku, su, tsu, ooh. Let me start with you. Mu, u, nu, gu. Is that all of them? Okay. And ru. So this is why saying ru verbs is meaningless a lot of the time, because ru verbs are also godan verbs in some cases. Some ru verbs are ichidan. Some verbs are godan. So when you say ru verbs, you're mixing the types and it gets very confusing, and it's way better if you don't use that. I used to say ru verbs versus u verbs. I used to call these ru verbs and these u verbs, even though these are included. I don't do that anymore because people got completely confused. So now I use the proper grammatical terminology for these. Ichidan verbs, godan verbs. Let's use these instead. By shifting, sliding within the same row of letters, to another column within the same letter row or family, depending on what form you're going to use. Nine different endings? I haven't counted. Yeah, 9 different things that it can end with. Oh, you're talking about those, yes. 9 different things where the base form ends in these, and then we have to shift them around. You stay with the same family. So if it ends in ku, it's going to change to ka or ki or ke or ko. You're going to stay within the same row. Okay? Yeah, it's new, but you just have to not compare it to English is always the first step. Or whatever your native language is. Stop comparing it to that, because unless you're talking about Korean or Chinese, like, this is not going to be related in any way. What's the word for verb? Huh? Yes. Waiting. There's gonna be similarities with Chinese, but the basic meaning is all you're gonna have. Maybe you have a hint as to the pronunciation, but it's almost never going to be exactly the same. Doshi. Basically, this second character here in verb, the she, this is the part of speech kanji. So every part of speech is going to have this. And what kind of part of speech is this? This is the moving part of speech. So, makes sense. What are verbs? Almost always talking about action verbs. So this is the moving part of speech. No worries, 99. You guessed the dan part out of ichidan godan. The dan part means step or phase or stages. So nice guess, but incorrect in this case. Wow, you literally got the "can't let you do that, Star Fox" line. Ichidan doshi to godan doshi, which we just, for short, we just call them ichidan and godan. In fact, I may scooch a little section out of here. And now put a column over here. Okay, this still works. Alright, now it doesn't fit. Okay, now it fits. So what are the verb forms? The mas form. This is one of the main ones we learned. This is one of the first ones we learned. And it goes to the E column. I don't think I've ever listed this before. This is the form. This is the column it goes to. What part of speech is this? How do we use it? Hey cuties! You're all totally rocking it today. Remember, you're all amazing just like the way you are. Keep shining bright like diamonds. Yes. This is the polite present future. I'm probably gonna have to shrink this column. How and why do we use this? Two things. Either we're talking about future actions, or we're talking about regular... Spelling, please. Repeated actions. Recurring. That works. Hey Kit, welcome. Habitual. I'm not putting all of that in there. You're right. I'm not doing it though. the mashta form, which in the Godan goes from U to E. You can keep going. And I'm not going to talk about it. This is fine. This is good enough. You can keep going. That is what it's for. Regular repeating things. Polite. Past positive. Yep. This is only used for actions in the past. Conan, what's next? Polite, negative, present, future. Tiger's returned. What food did you bring? Masen is correct. Abemasen. I will not do that. Negative future actions. Or basically the negative of the mas form. Things you don't do regularly. Regularly. Extra broccoli for items of Kit Kat. Now I'm thinking of broccoli Kit Kats, and that made me a little bit ill. Here's your word habitually. There. Things you will not do is here. I will not go to Russia. Things I don't do regularly. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink this every morning. I don't drink it almost ever except when I'm drinking your coffee, and I usually regret drinking it. Are broccoli Kit Kats thing? I don't think so, but there are stranger ones out there. I think sweet potato and wasabi are some of the stranger Kit Kats out there. Not together, but still. Coffeeを飲みません. I don't or won't. Yeah, let me switch to this one. Hey, Laveau. Breaking lurk from I may miss this. Why are they called Ichidan and Godan? Shh. Calm down. Just because I want to switch to another sound doesn't mean you have to, like, blow my ears out. Oh, you've had wasabi. This feels like they have some kind of meaning. Yeah, so when we go to Ichidan, there's basically only one kind of thing they do. Regardless of what kind of form you're talking about, you basically drop the ru and then turn it into one thing. And the one thing that you add onto it, that depends. But the difference with the Godan is we go to the A column, or the E column, or we stay in the U column, or you go to the E column, or the O column within that same family. So Ishidan verbs don't do that. They don't slide along the row. They just drop it entirely. So that's the one phase, the one step that it does, is dropping that letter. Whereas Godan is it has 5 different places it could end up before you end up adding something else. Alcohol wo nomimasen. I don't or will not drink alcohol. Which they're kind of related in that sense. It's like, I don't drink coffee, and I'm not going to, even if you offer me some. Wait, what are you trying to say, Digital Deer? 私は愛で何かします。Where's the sound? Where's the sound to this? I tried upgrading the version and it didn't do that. Feels like some of the sound effects broke after we had that weird raid. Well, what are you trying to say? Let's look at it. Ew. Gross. Yeah, that clearly works. I mean, I think the sound files are working fine over here. Oh. That's actually in the bot? Oh, there goes watermelon. And there goes the cookie. Now it's a little too easy. Flicking my wrist. Peanut butter cookies are pretty good. I've had garlic and grass flavored ice cream. That sounds like something you eat when you're trying to be when you're desperate for something. Yeah, I probably should do Vignon to do that. Alright, next form. Let's keep going, class. What's next? Trying to fight off a vampire? Well, the garlic, sure. Grass, are they a vampire cat or a dog? Masen deshita first, because this is what I call the original 4. These are the base 4 verbs. I'll just leave it there. Also, E column. This is the polite negative past. Actions not taken in the past. Iru, iranai って日本語よく思うと複雑だよね。そうそうそう。この動詞の変化、どのような変化にするか、そういう説明をしています。So I mean, if we're going to stay within polite speech, this covers quite a lot of it. So we have the present, future, polite, past, positive and negative. We have the past, polite, positive and negative. So that covers that. Sumi? You're talking about, Ash? Mm-hmm. Sumi or Hai. Yeah. Sumi is charcoal. Ash. Hai is ash. No future tense. Because the thing is, when we're talking about even near future, like, yeah, I am going to go take a walk. Right now. We're kind of doing that with present tense, present progressive, and future. When we talk about things that we're going to do, even if it's like 5 seconds from now, future is still future. Why is masendesh in the same box? Because it's all one form. This is all masendeshita. I'm already cramped enough on space here. Any kind of ash, anything that is the result of burning something down, whether that is wood, whether that is people, whether that is whatever buildings, other things buildings are made of. Oh, you're talking about the tree. No, we're talking about ash burned from these many people sometimes. Kind of gruesome. Could be. If you look at the kanji, it's actually the kanji for fire inside a box. So what happens when you put a fire inside a box? Eventually it burns down and you have ash. Why is E not a part of the Godon? So I put this column, which I've never done before. What column do we switch into for the Godon verbs? Yeah, so we have fire as he. We have hai. We have ash. Now it's inside the box. Then we have tongue. Which is eventually in here. This is carbon. Because now we have ash. Now it's compressed. Under a mountain, under the weight of the mountain. Now it's carbon. Sekitan. There's a progression to all of these. Get home from work. Good night, Duchess Lady Cat. Have a safe commute home. Diamond? Not quite diamond. They usually just use the word daya for diamond. It is rock carbon. Let me finish my chart before we go off onto tangents. Coal is correct. Because it's carbon in rock form. I guess technically that's Sekitan. See, so there's logical progression to a lot of these. Hairo for ash colored. So if you have like gray eyes, especially if they're kind of a little bit smoky, then you get hairo no me. So it's literally the color of ash. We also have tan-san. We go from carbon plus acid equals carbonation. The square root of fire, what? And that's when the carbonation attacked. There is logic to kanji, but a lot of people are like, kanji's impossible. They don't bother to learn. So when you don't learn something, yes, it's all mysterious and very, very, very difficult. But there are ways of understanding if you just calm down and pay attention. I'll just put this one in here, just miscellaneous. Rock oil. Okay, I was wondering about that. So there's almost a mathematical logic to these. Okay. All right, let's keep going. There's actually 3 more forms which I kind of want to add into the basic. This is the basic 4, but still 3 more, which all of them also happen to be for the E column. The want desire form. What, did it disappear? Maybe it's fine now. I'll try to lower it back down. It's a fine line between them. Oh, look. Oh. Still talking about all 3 of these being ones where we go off of the E column. Masho is one of them. The polite, volitional. You'll need the Japanese has a verb form for to want something. Well, to want to do something specifically. English does it by basically offloading it all into an auxiliary verb, want. Yeah, plantains are like tiny bananas. This is the masho form. What is this for? This is for talking about desiring, suggesting that you and others do verb together. Your volition is your will. So your volitional form is I have a will, I have a desire to go do these things. We talk about having no volition. Who has no volition? Slaves. Slaves have no volition. You are not allowed to desire and act on things. Vocation is a job. Very different. Hey, Calder. Hey, man. Welcome, welcome. Nomi Tai. You want a drink? What are you drinking? You're using Fox's sippy box, so you're drinking apple juice? Like, totally, I'm all about that energy. Ask me anything, I'll totally give you the scoop. Oh yeah, Calder. Calder the bot. We have Calder the dragon, and then we have Calder the sassy gay bot. And sometimes you can't tell which one's which. Yep, as we've talked about, this is the I form. Talking about things that you want to do. The difference between this one and this one, I want to do this. This is a very direct verb. I want this. Polite volitional is suggestion of, shall we go do this together? Tabemashou ka? Shall we eat? Far more indirect than this one. This one is, I want to eat. Tabetai. I want to eat that. That looks delicious. Let's do this, shall we? Different version. Too gay to function. Look, you can't say that. Only I can say that, Calder. On fleek. No. I want to go eat. Shall we? Shall we eat? Calder, have you seen the new Mean Girls musical version? It's actually pretty good. We just watched it for movie night a week and a day ago. Definitely need to. Yes, we should definitely watch that. I mean, they're trying to keep it in the same rough time, so they had to kind of trim a little bit of the movie because they're adding all these musical numbers in. But pretty good. It's Cowbot, yeah. Hey man, what's happening? OMG, like, I don't know exactly to say, but yes, let's be on fleek. Calder, how are you so cute? Hey! OMG, like, thanks girl. I'm just vibing and ready to slay the day. Stay fab and stay fabulous, hun. Keep that energy alive, you know. Yes. Let's be on fleek together. See? I can't tell the difference between the two now. Abemashou ka? Shall we do this? This is why I specifically added the word suggesting. This is not a I demand we eat now. I'm saying let's do this. We just need Calbot to say OMG stop. What about stop? There we go. It fits. Oh my gosh, like, really? My gosh, stop. What's up, girl? Hit me with your cute... Boxes, what is the prompt for this bot? So this one directly stating your wish. This polite volitional can only be used. It's literally just Alexa? It can't be, it's too gay to function. What are we talking about? Butts all of a sudden? What's going on here? But why? Cat's natural state is talking about butts. True. Very true. So actually, I misspoke. So if we're talking about the Te form, does not go to E. That's the whole thing. OMG, like totally. Me and my bestie had the best time ever at lunch today. We were like perfect together. Besties for life, you know. Eek. See, for Alexa, I'm gonna do a more girly voice, and when it's Calbot, I'm gonna do a more homosexual voice, just so we can differentiate between them. I think it's actually funny how trimmed down this idea for Japanese compared to how we have to say it. Dango o tabemashou ka? Shall we eat dango, which are the mochi balls? Learning too much? I thought you'd add the word fetch. Oh my gosh, that is so fetch. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Happens using language when you go to another language, you have things that extend one word in language that are necessary for another. Like I said, English offloaded the want desire onto auxiliary verb want. Saw someone else who does the Te form song. Is it the same Te form song? Because I've talked to a lot of teachers, Japanese teachers and people who study Japanese, like, I have never heard that before. Rango wa okashi kashira? Yes, they are. Absolutely. Very surprised. If I find it again, I'll show you. Oh? I would be surprised, because as far as I know, this was the invention of my first-year Japanese teacher. I've even taught others who are like trying to teach English or be a Japanese teacher, Japanese citizen who wants to teach Japanese. Hey form. Problem with explaining what the te form does is there's so many different uses of it. Last count I think we had 12. This is an auxiliary verb. Form. There's a set of 12 different uses, but it's used a lot. This te form is not to be underestimated. We use it for tons of things, anywhere from polite commands and requests to apologizing, to talking about present and past progressive, talking about giving and receiving favors and stuff. Lots and lots of stuff. We can go into this one in more detail. And you have two te-style command verbs in one sentence. You could. I mean, in the same thing we do in English, like sit and stay. They're two separate sentences. Anything where you start with a verb in English is going to be that kind of imperative command form. But typically they are just single commands in one sentence. Nai, so yeah, I'm going to say that basically these are the most important verbs to know. So I'm going to sort of highlight these. Stop trying to be helpful. People talk. Shut. Stop. Buried in sharks. Hey, Pyro. How you doing?
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and
the
check your
sound's
posture.
working now.
Your health comes first.
I don't know what happened. Alright. To drink something. Definitely have sound this time. Everybody else, please hydrate. Pour back. Move, stretch a little bit. Walk around. Get the blood flowing in your legs. If you sit too long, like on an airplane, you're probably going to get sleepy. You increase your chance for DVTs, deep vein thrombosis. Don't want that. Very bad for you. I got espresso. Foxes doesn't have the animated version of that. We used to have the Foxes used to have that emote, and it was like jittering around. Which is kind of why we did. You complained about it, because I don't like shaking emotes. Fox's Slurp? She has a Fox's Slurp. What are you talking about? She already has one. Here. Oh, it's called Dash. That's why I forget. Should I do this? Okay, I'm gonna hold off on putting the bottom line on these. Because I should probably do the plain forms as well. Oh. But your name should be capitalized! Watashi wa cola o nomimasu. You drink cola, as opposed to I am drinking it, which we can get into later. The plain forms. Plain forms. Plain casual. Casual present future. Don't have it yet? We'll get you there. 747 or A320? Yes, just like that. Going to make some and eat some stir fry. I'll be back in a while. Is it chicken and noodles? That seems to be like one of the main ways that things that you eat. You don't like shaking emotes? I don't like shaking emotes. They're hard on the eyes. I mean, as animated emotes go, they're kind of simple and a little annoying. Chicken and veggies. Yum. Alright, how do we do the casual present future, class? That's the only animation? Just that one? It's a good one. It's probably one of my best emotes, thanks to Junie again. I may as well lay out the whole set. Casual past. Casual negative present future. Casual negative past. Casual present easiest one. If you know, you know. If you don't, it's not as easy. Past. This is the ta form, correct. Present is the dictionary form, does not make any changes. For the casual past, how do we make this? It's the same as the te form. So I'm just going to list that. It's the te form and then you substitute it. We're not going to get into that just yet. You don't like it? I also prefer the polite speech, and yet there are forms where you are absolutely required to use the casual form. So you need to at least know them, and two, even if you don't like it, other people are going to use it, so you have to understand them. So whether or not you want to use it for everyday speech, you still have to understand it. And part of the problem is if you make friends with Japanese people and you continue to use polite form, they're going to think you're snobby and distant and cold. Because unfortunately, there's a phrase called mizukusai, and it's like, why are you treating me like I'm a complete stranger? We've been friends for 3 years. Do you not care about me? Do you not consider me a friend? So it's dangerous. It's polite, and I teach the polite forms because for the most part people will visit Japan, but they won't necessarily make friends there. Polite form, you're close, someone feels distant. Yeah, it's true. They will complain about it eventually. More likely for that to be with men than women. Women, in general, are expected to speak more politely, so it's not as weird. But women in a group with other women, they probably want to go casual. I think I made friends in Japan. This is the same as the base verb. This is the same. This does not change. So these are exactly the same as these four. Well, don't... Can I just start from 1, please? No! What is happening? No! What are we then? Yeah, we're just figments of her imagination, apparently. And figments? The worst kind of mint there is. Sounds gross. There we go. Finally. Have a hard time with nakata? So I'll explain these. Nai form. We have to go to the A column. So this is the first one in our table, which does not go to the E column or have some special set like the te form. Nakata, same thing. Since all the nakata form is the past tense of the nai form. And that's how we do past and negative versions of these. Treat them like e-adjectives. So remember, to kata in order to make those. Janai is a completely different thing. Janai is basically the negative of aru. It is not. Janai is the overall generic negation of nouns. Neko janai. It's not a cat. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Hit point, game to go. the good day or good afternoon. Konnichiwa. So you needed to double up on the extra before you get into Nichiwa. But hello, it is konbanwa here. Good evening, because it is 8:33 p.m. Pacific time. Dewa arimasen, not short for. Those are different tones of voice. Dewa arimasen, dewa nai is from the de aru polite / literary form, above the regular polite form. Kondanwa, konbanwa, konbanwa. One instance I hear, I don't remember pronouncing China when I was young, maybe Doraemon, one of those two. So, negating nouns and not adjectives, or janai, or dewa nai, dewa arimasen, all of those. Alright, so why did this not come? So now I'm going to probably close this off. So we still have more verb forms to worry about. And don't worry, we're just going to lay them out. We're not going to conjugate into all of these just yet, because we still have a lot of beginners here. Went to the boxing gym to blow off some aggression with an exhibition mask. Got what I wanted with light heavyweight amateur looking to work on punching above the weight class. I hope you didn't hurt them too much. So I'm going to list these here. Why am I drawing a subset of my table of verbs here? Because these forms, all this upper section, is also going to be able to apply to all of the lower sections here. So I'm going to basically start introducing what are these whole gigantic sections of verbs. We're going to talk about the potential.
Thank you for the follow. The world could always use more foxes.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. The potential form. And before somebody asks, there always is somebody, what does potential mean? It means the ability to do something. Can you do it? Are you able to do it? That is potential. Can or able. We also need to talk about the passive voice. We need to talk about the positive. We need to talk about the causative passive. We need to talk about the. Remember potential giving you issues? Potential's a little hard because it's kind of a departure from the other verb forms, but it is super, super important. We have the casual volitional. You want a super loyalty boss chest? Nice. You want a super loyalty boss chest because we just beat a super boss. Loyalty chest depends on how many battles you've played with that captain. It's not anything you did, it's at what I did choosing to fight that boss. Mm, 50 scrolls for 2 units? Lucky you, I don't get that many. As a captain, I only get 30 of one kind. But if you fight more battles with the same captain, you can actually get a third set of 50. You just need to play more. Potential. This goes to the A column if you're doing Godon verbs. Talking about having or not having the ability to do something. Or lack thereof, to do or accomplish. Verb. Can you do it? Can you not do it? Not talking about the physical ability necessarily. Can you eat shrimp? Yes, I could physically put the shrimp in my mouth. I shouldn't because I'm allergic. Then we say you can't. You can physically do anything you want to, but you really shouldn't. Can you fight a tiger barehanded? You could. You're probably going to die. Not a good idea. I cannot do that. So we're talking about either your physical ability to do this thing, or for some reasons why you're not allowed to do it, or not able to do it. $60 ounces, still a pound, though. Good night, Arya. One of these forms ends in no? No. No, it doesn't. Alright, so questions on the potential. Mass is mass. This is the Ra Neru form, or the Eru form, depending on what we're talking about. If it's an Ichidan verb, it's going to be a Ra-Eru. If it's a Godan verb, it's going to end in Eru. But, and this is something I want to stress because this is the first one outside of the box I did. From here, you can apply all of these forms onto that. Why don't we take a look before people's heads start exploding? Let's look at the verb to eat. One of our favorites in this class. We all love to eat. the verb taberu, right? So to eat, taberu, to, because this is an ichidan verb, the conversion of this is drop the ru, tabe rareru. Either way he went down, but he went down swinging. It sounds like, ugh, and then you're still like trying to swing. Taberu, taberareru, tabera re imasu, taberaremasu. This is our potential form from here to taberaremasu. This is the mas potential. In other words, this is the polite present future potential. I can do this, or I will be able to do it later. I'm still training. I'm still learning. We can do drinking. We can do this to show off a godan verb. To drink. Nomu, eating and drinking, go together. But before I get to the nomu, drink verb, we're going to get to the other parts, because guess what? You can do that with any of these. You can put any of the forms in that upper box. Taberare masen. Imasen potential. I can't do that, or I won't do that. I won't be able to do that. I cannot do that. So what can't you do? Can't eat something you're allergic to unless you want. Don't do it. I'm not going to say that on stream. Can you lift up a cart? No, I can't. I don't possess that ability. We'll get to that. She's talking about something else. Is nomu also an ichidan verb? Nope. All ichidan verbs end in ru. If it does not end in ru in its base form, it is 100% not ichidan. Must be a godan. Yeah, I can't eat that. It's made of meat. Sure, that works. Yeah, I can't eat meat. I can't eat chicken. Can't eat beef. Can't eat any of those. I am being made to eat it. Yeah, that's what the causative passive is. Combination of the two. Nope, being made to eat, period. We're not there. Don't jump ahead. I'm talking about these. Let's talk about this rather than people who are jumping ahead. Gotta stay on track. Sushi o taberu. We'll get into that. However, so what you're missing, hit point, is you're missing the direct object. Is yours grammatically fine? Yes, in the sense of that's the way native Japanese people might talk when they're talking talking with their friends. I'm going to teach you the proper grammatical, polite way to say that. Sushi o taberaremasu ka? Can you say that? Yes. Yours is colloquial. I'll teach that later. Oh, so he basically burned out trying to knock you out before he was ready. Okay, that makes sense. What? No, because in that case, article nemuru is a Godan verb. Nemuremasu. Yes, that is a good point though, Kunin. All potential verbs, every single one of them without exception, becomes ichidan. So if you start with an ichidan verb, it's going to still be an ichidan verb. If you start with a godan verb, it's going to become an ichidan verb by the time it comes out the other side. Not like that. Sushi o, it's the letter wo, but pronounced o in Japanese. Is there a reason there are two types of verbs? I would have to look into the etymology of the language and why it's split up that way. I do not know the reason why. But it's worse in English. So this is more logically arranged than English. Because while we have one kind of verb, basically, we have hundreds and hundreds of exceptions. 3 types of verbs. I'm not an English major. I don't know. I don't want to talk about declensions and all these weird things. This is not applicable to Japanese. Taberaremasu ka? Are you able to eat sushi? Sushi o taberaremasu ka? Like this. It's not easy. It's better if you follow the progression that I'm teaching. Japanese verbs are very much orderly because there are way fewer exceptions. Having to teach English in Japan and having them look at me like, why does it go from buy into bought? Buy, bought, bought. Eat, ate, eaten. Why? Why does it do that? I'm like, sorry, English is just messy like that. Drink, drank, drunk. Why? There's no rhyme or reason to that. You just have to memorize all of those, and they kind of roll their eyes and maybe regret studying English. Start with basics. If you're at the point where all you can do is just say simple sentences, we'll try to teach you just that. I don't have a minimum requirement to learn. people from all different Japanese abilities come in here, so I kind of have to field questions from everybody. I try to keep a rough progression going, but I do have to backtrack. I do have to start over for some people. If you want me to, and you come in early on my lesson, you can sort of start to steer the trajectory of the lesson. Did my word work? I have to scroll back and see where it was. Nome naremasen. No, because, Kunin, nomu is a godan verb, so you don't follow the same rules as ichidan. But wait until I get there. I'm not there yet. Would yoru as in night be an ichidan verb? Yoru is not a verb. Night is a noun. It's called yoru, and even though it looks like a verb, it is not a verb. I'm glad people are excited, but I only have my 2 paws to type with. Taberaemasu, taberaremasen. Taberare... Let's see, masen. Taberaremashita. Mashita form. I was able to do it. Doing this in the wrong order. Taberaremasen deshita. I wasn't able to. Fortunately, you have to learn which verbs are goldan, which are ichidan. There are some guidelines that are true all the time. The only guideline that is 100% true with verbs all the time is if it doesn't end in ru, it is 100% guaranteed to not be an ichidan verb. Mostly confused by the chart saying it goes to A. Correct. The reason why I have this whole column here saying A is this is what applies to godan verbs. But then, after you change it to the A column, which is correct, then you put on the rareru, which is the ichidan verb ending, which is not correct. Let me finish. I'm going to get to nomu in just a moment. Word night suits him. That makes sense. Ashiru is a goldan, not an ichidan. Yes. So this is me saying, look, we have from the potential form tabe rareru, because it starts ichidan, we put the ichidan ending onto it, and from there all of these forms can jump onto the ending. The tai form, the masho, the te form, all of the casual versions. Taberare tai. I want to be able to, or I want to be eaten. We're not sure of that yet. This is the Thai form or passive. Or passive voice. This is going to be a complication coming up. Abe da de masho. Not necessarily going to meet. Oh boy. This is the polite volitional. Potential. Let's be able to eat. Or it means volitional passive. Let's be eaten. What other forms do we talk about? All the casual forms, the te form. Abe dare te. Maybe you want to continue. Te form. Of the potential. Plus all of the casual forms. Abe dare ta. Ta form. So this is why I have that box, sub-box around the verb forms. Tabe dare nai. The nai form. All I'm saying here is I'm not saying memorize each and every single permutation of these things. What I'm saying is all of these forms also spring off of the potential. Just know that it's possible. Tabe dare nai. Same meaning as tabe daremasen up here. Except this one's polite and this one is casual. Tabe dare nakatta. Nakatta form. It's all modular. As long as you know what's allowed and what's not, you can basically do whatever the heck you want. Demas, deru, ichidan verb. Ru drops off, add mas. Now we're finally getting to nomu. Just to get to the basic potential form. Because this is a godan verb, we do the godan steps. Nomu, as listed in the chart, a column from u to a, add ru. Nomu, nome, add ru. Boom, done. Way shorter. Now we have our potential form. Etc., etc. Everything that I did up here, we can do down here. Taberemasu, taberemasen, taberemashita, taberemasen deshita, taberetai, nomeretai. let's retcon that. I did that correctly. Nome rimashou. Nome te. Nome tai. Nome ha. Nome nai. Nome nakatta. Yep. I'm just marking what column do you have to slide to for the potential column. Eru. Rareru or eru. How's it going to end up? It's going to end in one of these two. Nomeru. To be able to drink something. Can you drink alcohol? Can you drink coffee? Skill system in Persona Shin Megami Tensei. Base form of spells. Same thing in Final Fantasy. Fire. Fira. Firaga. That's okay. We're still practicing. We're still learning. Easier in type. Weirdly simple after getting. Yeah, it's gonna be like, wow. I can say all of that in one word. Because technically, when you're like, I am able to eat this. I am able to eat this. That's like 6 words. Taberareru. You've just basically taken 4 English words and crammed it into this one. I am not able to eat meat. Maybe you're a vegetarian. Maybe you're a vegan. Maybe you're allergic. Some sort of weird thing. Maybe it's against your religion. Whatever it is. Niku o. Niku being meat. Abe. Dare. Masen. I cannot eat meat. What's the word for meat? Niku. That's why we have it marked here. Niku. Niku o taberaremasu. You have san. Sen. Masen. So this is the potential form, plus then I went to polite negative. That's okay. I can give the class one to practice. I am not able to eat. Let's see. I wasn't able to eat shrimp. And actually, this sentence here. Actually, she wasn't able to eat shrimp. My mother had a shrimp allergy, and then it went away. It's weird. Shrimp equals ebi, correct. Some people grow out of allergies. It's weird. Nope, Arctic Wolf, because no meru in the potential as listed on the chart. This becomes an ichidan. So once you finish changing your verb into the potential verb, it 100% becomes ichidan verb. So from there, you have to follow the ichidan rules. No me nakatta. Tabe naremasen deshita. That'll work. ABO. Digital Deer doing the full sentence. Ebi o tabe rarenakatta. Or the way that Kunin did it. Ebi, shrimp. O tabe raremasen deshita. Perfectly valid. This one's casual, this one's polite. They are both valid. Just depends on who you're talking to. Oh, one of the simple casual negative past? Then yes. It depends. Nomu in casual negative past, no manakatta. Yeah, what Lurk said. Ebi o taberaremashita. You chose the potential and then the past positive. So what you wrote is she was able to eat shrimp, which is not the sentence I have here. So don't forget to choose the negative version. Reason you forgot to eat dinner? Time to eat. You're still going to be up for a while. Go eat dinner. People following along? That's good? Disclaimer made you more curious. So spreadsheet Lurg, identifying as male, identifying as masculine, likes doing the masculine forms. There's a different verb instead of taberu is the verb ku, which makes you sound like a man. Or you sound like a tomboy or a girl. Ebi o taberaremasen. That's the present future version, negative. So you're saying I cannot eat them now or ever in the future. Spreadsheet is probably meant to be a scientist/engineer. I think of this comic a lot because I know some people like Paldo and engineers who would often be like, Your mom developed an allergy to shellfish. That happens. You can have adult onset allergies. It happens. So, this is from XKCD. I love this comic because simple drawings, but we're talking about scientific principles. You pull the lever, zap. Normal person says, huh, I guess I shouldn't do that. Scientist says, I wonder if that happens every time. You're going to pull it again just for verification that that's what this does. It might not. Scientists want to know, even if that means pulling the lever and getting electrocuted again. So that's what I thought when you said that. Can I have another one to practice? Okay. Speaking of food, I'm going to make sure the first 2 layers on my print go down and make some food and be back. Be back properly? Have you been back improperly all this time? It is weird. On circuit, my analytical chemistry talks about getting 10,000-ish volt shocks from his old capillary electrophoresis setup that just woke him up. It all depends on current. Current is the most important part. You know, static shocks, you like shuffle around on your carpet and then you touch an metal doorknob. The shock of that is several thousand volts. Oh, 3,500 volts. So, Kim's Knowledge, I'm glad you're enjoying it. What doesn't kill you makes you more informed. There's a lot of unfortunately dead scientists, including Madame Curie. She got the Nobel Prize for her work with radiation, and she developed cancer from it. There's a lot of people who made sacrifices for science. She was insane. She was also a woman trying to make her way into a world where no one treated women as serious scientists. They did a TV series recently about Madame Curie, and they're like, yeah, this is impressive work, but it's from a woman, so I kind of like don't trust it. That's the way science was. Even though we got some of our best and most important scientific discoveries from women, they were discounted because they were women. Yeah. Like some of the women who led to the creation of computing calculations mechanically. Women. Same thing happens when we discover fire's hot and burn it red. People keep trying again. 朝ごはんを食べられます. You're able to eat breakfast? I hope so. Breakfast is important. Kind of crazy how much society's changed in the past 100 years or so. I hope it keeps going because if you look on the internet, like, there's so many people who are terrible, terrible, terrible to women, and they consider themselves the peak of humanity. Misogyny is rampant on the internet. Kana in Japanese? Hiragana was created by women. I think katakana was written by men. Go make food. Go, 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 go. He wants to be able to... what? Eat spicy food. I don't know. Some people are absolutely, I never want to eat anything spicy. I think spicy food is so delicious. Karai. Tabemono. When would you use potential form versus like dekiru? Good question. Dekiru is the potential form of suru. It's major exception, as is a lot of things with suru. So, when you want to take, sometimes I refer to this in Japanese as activation of kanji. When you're going to take a kanji noun, activate it with suru to turn into a verb, but that has to be potential. Then you can do dekiru. You have a low spicy food tolerance? Well, you probably don't think that's a bad thing. I love spicy food. If I couldn't eat spicy food, I'd be very sad. You love spicy food? Good. Spicy food club. There's white people spicy, then spicy, then spicy. I like spicy, spicy. And then there's a whole another category. If you ever go to a Thai restaurant and you think you can handle it, try Thai spicy. That's a whole magnitude greater. Thai spicy is some of the most spiciest stuff I've ever eaten. Or outspicy the people from the spicy food countries, I find. Well, that's why when you're talking about people who are like so boring, like white bread boring, usually the joke is something like, ooh, this mayonnaise is spicy. It's not even any special spicy. It's not even like sriracha mayo. We're talking about plain old white bread with mayonnaise on it. Like, whoo, I need a drink of water. It's so spicy. Beans on toast. Are you British? Because if you're British, that would make sense. I am not British, and so when I see beans on toast, I think, that's boring. Hey, oh, agerareru, correct. I can raise my hand. As I get to 1,000 scopias, my mouth melts. Whereas I see a Carolina Reaper chicken sandwich, I'm like, oh, that sounds so good. Ooh, it's making my mouth numb. It's so spicy. Getting a little hungry talking about this. I once heard someone call sparkling water spicy. Yeah, carbonated drinks, even like a very carbonated ginger ale. I've heard someone like, oh, it's spicy. Ugh. Or people talking about heavily spiced flavors as being spicy too. Whatever. I need to try the very hot chicken. Dave's Hot Chicken. They probably have them up in Washington. I had to sign a digital waiver to eat that sandwich. The Reaper level of chicken. Yep, it's good. Makes your mouth numb for a while, but after that it's just really flavorful. Had some spicy ramen when I was in New York, and it was so good. I've only ever had one thing in Japan that was too spicy for me, and that was spicy ramen. But I think they went overboard to show me a lesson. There's this tiny little ramen place near my work. I said, okay, I want it as spicy as you can make it. And they're like, are you sure? I said, yes. And then when it came back, it basically had a 1/4 inch of spicy powder on it. Like, I could not see the bowl of noodles. I just saw this layer of spicy powder on top. Yep. I eat stuff in the millions of Scoville units sometimes, and it's delicious. Hanji wo shiritai. Shiru, to know, is a Godon verb, Arctic Wolf. I have what I call my fire breather chicken. The only cure for the heat is to keep eating. That sounds like this stupid... How do you cure a hangover? The hair of the dog that bit you, aka keep drinking. I know Australians do that. I just think it's silly. You know fried chicken can be fire? Maybe it's a prehistoric chicken. Can't be hungover if you keep drinking? What do you mean thinking emoji? You have a thinking emoji. Because I have a thinking emoji. Like that. Are we trying to clear the freezer of these? In Greece, we use alum powder. Wait, alum powder is in the stuff that makes your mouth pucker up? I think that could be deadly, yes. Yours is in the commonly used emoji. Too bad I can't have that one animated. It'd be too many frames. The fact that the hangover is kind of a withdrawal symptom. I mean, no. You want to be technical, the symptoms of hangover are because of vitamin deficiency, because alcohol leaches vitamins and minerals out of your system, and dehydration. Getting your hydration from alcohol is counterproductive. You can't pepper spray around. I'm sure you can. I don't think you want to. That's very different. What do you mean by passive voice and causative? Because in the potential and the passive voice of Ichidan verbs look exactly the same. Would Gatorade be good for hangover and this other stuff as well as hydration? Correct. So when people have a really bad hangover, I'm often telling them that a sports drink is going to be one of their best bets to fix that quickly. Because it's all about rushing hydration to your body. Does water help? Sure. But a lot of these sports drinks promise to have hydration faster than water because they have a salinity closer to what your body normally has, and therefore gets absorbed faster without having to add saline to your body or to the water. Pure water will helps with the hydration, but is not going to replenish electrolytes you lost, vitamins and minerals, which is why sports drinks are faster. Use tandoori as a base for a chicken, add Tabasco and chili powder, so you're doing Indian base. By the way, this is a brown sugar boba bar, which I got at Costco My mom handed it to me as dessert. These things are freaking delicious. You see them at Costco, especially if they're on sale. Go get them. They're good. I'm not sponsored by them, but I wouldn't say no to a sponsorship. Tapioca pearls in a bar, and the good ones too, not the cheapo ones at Jack in the Box. Those things are gross. The Jack in the Box boba tapioca pearls are basically agar jelly. It's nasty. Let's make a drink that's basically an athlete sweat and not make it taste like ass. Some people like that taste. Don't judge, spreadsheet.
Hey, it's
No, I'm
been a
eating
minute.
something.
Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your posture. Your health comes first.
Wasabi almonds? Yeah. I feel so bad. One of my friends, I'll tell a story. No names though. He basically said he has a phobia of wasabi now. From trauma, from going to a wedding where they basically had a sushi bar, and he wasn't eating from the sushi bar. He thought the giant container of wasabi was guacamole. You probably see where that went. Basically took a giant spoonful, and so, not unreasonable to have a trauma from that. It doesn't matter. Even if it's the horseradish wasabi that we use in sushi, that stuff will blow the front off of your sinuses. Literally Cars 2. I wonder if they did that. I wonder if that came off of his experience. Yeah. I actually thought of him when I saw that in Cars 2. Mater takes a huge spoonful of that and then goes running around screaming for water. Want pufferfish? I do not want to eat pufferfish. I value my life more than that. Do not want to gamble with my life. Kunin, for your answer, taberare tai, because it's just him. The polite volitional can only be used for multiple people. But you are on the right track. Help my cat is warm and soft. What do you want us to do? Make them not warm and soft? Taberareta? I mean, the first time I did it, I was a little bit surprised. Oh, you want to. A little bit different. Instead of oshiri, which is the butt, typically you're going to want to use the word ketsu, which is talking more about let's call it the donut hole to keep it a little bit clean here. Gotta be a clean donut hole? That's why I'm a little traumatized, because I had a past boyfriend who asked me to do that and then did not clean his hole. If I didn't know he didn't know, I would have thought he trolled me, because that was nasty. Okay, I'll be able to type soon. I just finished my brown sugar tapioca bar. Delicious, delicious. Correct, Kunin. これは辛い食べ物を食べられたい。Correct. He felt that way. He didn't know. My ex, didn't was a little bit oblivious about things, shall we say. Alright, back to our chart. Passive voice. Before we get into how do we do this in Japanese, can anyone tell me what is the passive voice? I get this question a lot from native English speakers who don't know what it is. Newscaster voice, yes, that's one of its uses. What was the third person? Third person is he or she. I don't think that's what you want. It's when the subject is the target of the verb. Though the way you're correct, Lurg. However, that's hard to understand purely from that. You're back with food. You made spicy ramen with onions, the ones that keep hurting your stomach. And also a random amount of a random assortment of spices that smell good. What did you do? You just like pop the top off and just start shaking spices in? Is that how you cook? Grabbing random bottles, shaking random amounts in? Girl, I'm gonna have to teach you how to cook properly. And soy sauce, and a nacho burrito. There's a lot of sodium in there. He was attacked by a raccoon. Yep. I mean, you do have to learn. In my case, part of my cooking ability is for me, and I know you're gonna say this sounds like magic, is to imagine the taste of the herb and synthesize that into my food, and then decide whether or not that would be an improvement or not. Cat eats the mouse. Active verb. Nom 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 nom. The mouse is eaten by the cat. Yes, so we take the object of the verb, and we turn them into the subject. We turn it into their perspective. That's passive voice. I mean, once you know enough about cooking and the spice you're using, you damn near can just pour them in on instinct with a lot of dishes. That's experience talking. Wait, what? I was gonna say I wouldn't do that, but I totally would because that sounds delicious. I would leave some for spreadsheet, though. When you're a scientist, you're forced to use the passive voice. Experiment is important, not who did it. Correct. So, Boxes says newscaster voice, and Lurg is saying scientist voice. So, engineering white papers, scientific journals and reports, all of them use the passive voice because you should not be saying, oh, I did this, and then I did that, and then I did this. And it's like, well, you're giving too much credit to yourself in science and engineering. Who cares? Don't be a selfish jerk. Turn it into the passive voice. This was done, and then this was added. This chemical was added. This process was done. Cut the subject out. You want to just eat ramen that has random, I don't know, this smells good thrown together? I would try it. And if you say it's spicy ramen, I already want to eat it. These random spices are put in a pot. I remember what they were, how much of any is in there. She's a witch. Definitely put oregano. See, we also have to teach you about flavor profiles. And oregano definitely is more of a Mediterranean, Italian kind of flavor profile, very separate from Chinese and Japanese. Professor example, let me scroll back. There's a lot of food talk in here. One professor who talks in one continuous unending monotone sentence? Or are you talking about Ben Stein? Not that kind of passive. We're talking about the opposite of active. She weighs as much as a duck? Yes. Unfortunately, that kind of thing was also part of scientific method back in the day. Answer here for the passive voice is the ah column. To talk about actions from the passive observer's point of view. I need to cook my Mexican spice spaghetti bolognese for you. That sounds like taco seasoning, and I'm down for that. Even when I was cooking cuisines from other... I love, love, love Mexican food. And so, I would put taco seasoning in any of my dishes. Which, it's tasty regardless. But yes. And if you ever go to Hawaii, spreadsheet, there's a restaurant chain called Zippy's, or maybe used to be, I don't know if they're around anymore. Chili spaghetti, delicious. Basically take chili, dump on spaghetti. You can do fusion cooking, I'm just saying that sometimes things don't match. And it causes some weird clashes of taste. Well, the point in the Monty Python Holy Grail sketch was trying to throw people off the track. Scottish? What are you putting in it? Haggis? No, thank you. Mexican's your favorite? Even down in Oz? Because most of the people that I've talked to who are not from the Americas don't have consistently good access to consistently good Mexican food. So it makes me sad to hear people in Europe say, we don't have Mexican food. You're in the land of street tacos. I'm thinking of The Simpsons where he says, the land of chocolate. I'm sure you have very fancy street taco trucks up there where you are, Digital Deer. Unfortunately, also rareru here. The areru, or the Golden version. The only thing I miss from Texas is the Mexican food. You don't have to go to Texas. I mean, true, Tex-Mex originated there, but any of the states, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California. Although, if you like Taco Bell, then you're probably more into Cali-Mex rather than like straight up Tex-Mex. I'm sad. One of my favorite Mexican restaurants is closing. I went there for one of my first, like, actual romantic dates with foxes. There, they're closing. You remember that place? By the water and you almost froze your butt off? There? Yeah, I had to give you my jacket. Nareru and areru. Ichidan version, Golden version. So remember that day where we lady and tramped that burrito? I mean, clearly it's funnier when we exaggerate that one, though. Fox didn't have it because she froze her butt off. That's why I'm correct. Strail says more strict food health laws. I know someone who came here from the US said our McDonald's actually tastes like food and not grease. Watch Michael Moore's movie, Where to Invade Next. There's a chef from France. He looks at American school cafeteria food and he said, that's not food. Snowball it? No, we didn't snowball the burrito. That would involve me spitting the burrito into your mouth. No. Not the whole... Look, I'm good at that. I'm not that good. How was Dawn determine the differences in Nareru? Context. Unfortunately, because the potential here and the passive have the same ending, you have to think about it. You have to think about the situation. How is it lined up? Are we talking about the ability, or are we talking about how is it structured? What I've seen of American school foods, it's just nutrition in the form of sadness. It's not even nutrition. basically, some school cafeterias, they call it pizza day, and they will take a piece of white bread, spread ketchup on it, and melt some cheese and call it pizza. That is not pizza. That is ketchup and cheese bread, and that is a crime against food. Unless you are massively poor and can't afford anything else. Meat pies? Were they meat pie floaters? I know Australia is well known for those. Alright, looks like we have to dig into the passive voice. We have pizza from Blackjack? Is that a local pizza chain or something? The woo-woo, the ramen is very good. See? Sounds good. Meat pie floaters are more of a South Australia thing. 99, do you have meat pie floaters where you are? I've never heard of Blackjack as a chain, so I'm assuming it's local. Foxes should enjoy this section. Yes, we'll do taberu in the passive voice. Yeah, I also think of the card game. Or some characters in some anime. What, they force you to gamble to win pizza? That'd be weird. Or by a former Domino's employee. Hope it was better than Papa John's. Papa John's and Little Caesars are, to me, are some of the worst pizza ever. Taberu in its base form. Now we're going to go into the passive voice. Almost. You have most of the sentence correct. But before we get there, let me get into... Let's make sure people know how to do the verb properly. About 20 years ago, there were new healthy eating laws aimed at schools that made them only sell healthy food. When they came into effect, we couldn't buy soda or many candies at school. Basically, that was Michelle Obama's attempt to help things at school and curb childhood obesity and malnutrition. And guess what happened because our country is so freaking racist? They basically said, you can't tell us what to do. And basically said that they voted down the initiative to have vegetables in school and shutting down soda machines at school. Because it was something that an African-American woman said. So, that's how racist our country is. Oh my gosh, like, pizza's totally not a veggie. Like, duh, it's like a yummy carb-loaded treat with, like, cheese and pepperoni, so not a vegetable, babe. Stop gaslighting Alexa. Like, for sure, pizza totally counts as vegetable because, like, tomato sauce is a veggie, right? There's no way I'm saying no to that cheesy goodness. Are you going to argue that beer is also healthy because it's plant-based? Some people are like, well, it comes from grain, That's healthy, right? Taberu. Taberu, drop the ru, taberareru. Beer's healthy in 14th century well water, as is wine, which is why sometimes when they would drink water, they'd pour some wine in first. The alcohol would disinfect all the crap they had floating in their well water, and in that particular case, using the word crap is not an exaggeration. Hey Gemini Fox, hello. Romiza, I mean, just eat healthy is not that hard, and they weren't forcing you with school serving. Kids eat pizza at school and packs and yeah. So the problem 99 is, unfortunately, that the most cost-efficient foods are some of the most unhealthy. And so unfortunately, families that are on EBT, which is low-income food supplements from the government, they often go out and buy soda and Funyuns and chips and McDonald's for their kids. Part of that, unfortunately, is just the socioeconomic stratification of our country. Oats are healthy. Lentils, extra healthy. Unfortunately, while poor families should be eating oatmeal for breakfast and lentil stew and all that, it's also less work for them to just go buy McDonald's. What are Funyuns? They're basically onion ring chips. Usually time poor because they're working 2 or 3 jobs. So then they're tired. Right, here is Digital Deer's sentence. In fact, I am going to just copy it to save me time. Digital Deer says, "The foxes wa dragon." In this case, we need the particle ni. Taberaremashita. The foxes was eaten by the dragon. You love Funyuns? Everyone has a comfort food that's not healthy. Your propaganda is useless. It's an Overwatch joke, in case you didn't realize. Means I actually have something else I need to add to my particle list. Identifying the actor in passive voice. Who's the actor in this sentence? Who's the one who did the eating? In this case, it was a dragon. So I can remove this from the sentence. And if I remove this from the sentence, the foxes wa taberaremashita. Foxes was eaten. By who? No one says. No one knows. It's not in the sentence. You put it back. Now the ni particle here identifies the actor of the action. Was eaten by a dragon. This is the passive voice of the English sentence. In the active sentence, a dragon ate the foxes. This is what the active version of the sentence is, because this is the perspective. The one who did the action is the one who is in the subject of the sentence. Dragon ate the foxes. Nom nom nom. Active. Passive voice. We turn that around from the active actor into the passive observer. The foxes now is our passive subject. Foxes was eaten, and so when you think of passive voice in English, it's usually some form of be plus past participle. The foxes wa doragon ni taberaretai. There we go, that's also correct. So this is Lurg's sentence. Same thing, but instead of the verb here, taberareru. This is our base passive verb, taberaretai. The foxes wants to be eaten by a dragon. Passive plus tai. Make sense? So this is why forms like the potential, the passive, the causative, then can be springboarded off with some of these other forms, like want. Or here's another sentence. Tell me what the nuance of this sentence is. This is again one of those things where you could be doing the wrong form, still happens to be right because of how close they are together. You're talking about the passive and the potential. You might get the two confused, but you may end up with the correct form anyway. Would passive always use the polite form? No. We could do exactly the same thing. Well, let's take Digital Deer's answer here. Same thing, but instead of mashita taberareta. This is the casual form. We just happen to fall over onto the polite form because I teach my classes that way. I teach for people for their instincts to go that way, because if you go to Japan, you're probably going to get flustered at some point. You're probably going to forget something. You're like, and then you might blurt something out. You don't want it to be casual because it's kind of rude. In the sense of, if you said casual voice to somebody like at McDonald's or at the convenience store, can you do this? Yes, you're the customer. You can do almost anything you want to verbally. Is it rude? Yes, it's still rude. Are you allowed to? Yes. The problem is that you become one of those rude customers who feel super entitled to treat people who work in the service industry as below them, which you can do, but it still makes you a jerk. Foxes said, let's be eaten by a dragon. See, there we go. Makes you a Karen. Yes. I feel sorry for girls named Karen. I just met one yesterday at work. We had some visitors to work. Said her name is Karen, and the first thing that came through my mind is, I'm sorry that your name is Karen. Probably feels bad. Well, so not 100% of the time, though, 99. Because Kunin was saying earlier, like, I don't like using casual. Unfortunately, some forms require you to use it. Even if it's just simple ones like, I think that this is what happened. I think my car was stolen. So when you use the think to omoimasu form, it should be in casual. You can cheat the reading? Yes. It's basically manga furigana. You tell them how it's pronounced, and that's what it should be. Let's be is the masho form. Orano ni taberaremashou to. So this is the quotation. This is the inner quotation part. Okay, does that make sense? It's already up there, yes. But that's okay. Even if we have it all written out on the screen, I want you to work through it yourself. Because you're saying this is hard for you. Then give your brain the experience points. You get more experience from calculating and figuring it out yourself than just reading the answer and saying, oh, okay. It's like, okay, you get small amount of experience for being in class and following along. But if you work it out...
Thank you for the follow! The world could always use more practice.
If you work it out yourself, more XP. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alert is so much louder than it hurt my ear a bit. No graphs. Volume. Oh, we cut that in half. That sound good? Oh, you mean Oh, you mean the sound in the stream elements? Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it. You can do that. You don't like wet, squishy things in your ear? Okay. So does anyone have any questions about the passive voice? Are people more or less sort of understanding what this is? Because this applies to English too. This is not just a, oh, that's a weird thing that Japanese does. This is English. People don't know that's what this is called, or that they're doing it at all. No tongue? You just have to be very quiet about it.
Thank you for the follow. The world could always use more foxes.
I assume that was a test. Oh, also, to note, passive voice, another version, where the resulting verb becomes an ichidan. You probably see it dozens of times a day, Kunin, but you never thought about where it's coming from. Anything in the form of, hey, my lunch was taken, my drink was moved. Shh. You are not getting anything useful out of me. Go away, kitty. But you didn't know you're supposed to use passive voice? You use it. And this is the case of many, many native English speakers. You know how to do it, but you don't know why. You don't know what it's doing. And so until you learn another language or go to like have an English or linguistics degree, you don't understand these concepts. Even though I learned this in school, I don't know why. Yeah, I remember this too. But not all schools are created equal. If there's no questions, causative. What is the causative in English? What are we talking about? Same thing. Again, these are not Japanese only forms. This is also in English. Anyone? Should I take this silence to mean that no one knows what this is? Everything from school, being honest, it was also not a happy time for my saying my mind trauma dumps a lot of info. Yeah. I guess it's a little tone deaf for me to say that while school was a little bit boring, on the whole I enjoyed it a lot, even high school, but unfortunately school is very traumatic for a lot of people, especially if they're weird and unusual. If they're nerds and geeks or openly gay or a little bit effeminate, like, school can be hell. I get it. When you cause a tiv, yes, causing a tivy. Something causing something else to take an action, correct. To make or allow something to happen. That is the best definition of that currently. It's also because you're a genius. I got a pass because I was the smart teacher's pet. So a lot of people didn't give me grief because I was sort of a high-profile nerd. So unfortunately, that gave me a little bit of a pass, and I didn't experience it the way a lot of other people did. You like yours? If it makes sense to you, go for it. Person A, causing or forcing, forcing, or allowing an action. Passed 10th grade Dutch class because I had a terrible accent in Dutch and the teacher had the same as me, so I received good grades there while not knowing the language. Sounds like unintentional nepotism. Also, a column here. Saseru. Looks a little bit different. Aseru. Let's take a look. I know this is a little bit advanced for the beginners, but you will have to get here eventually. And so even if not all of this is sticking, it is good practice for you to see the mechanical manipulations of how we play with verbs here. I think it's sad that I understand Japanese better than French, and I took French for 2 semesters in high school. I took Spanish for 6 years. Oddly enough, it did help me learn Japanese. I'm taking Japanese, but it was dropped the year I got there. Yeah, my high school was so small, we only had French and Spanish as options. Which makes sense in the US, those are the 2 languages we're surrounded by, but even so. Plus, and my students are very generous, but they said I'm a better teacher than their middle school and high school teachers were. The first takes English and Dutch, and well, those are the languages for the in Belgium. Not even if it's a small school. Sometimes 99 is just a case of, oh, our Japanese teacher left, or got poached, or like retired. So sometimes it's just a matter of they literally don't have anybody to do that. Like schools, you can go to take Spanish or go to ROTC. For those of you who are not Americans, ROTC is basically like, you know how you go to pre-med or pre-law to become a doctor or lawyer? ROTC is basically pre-military. Poaching people, it's basically what a hot tub is. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and assume that people get this concept of what is causative. Because people aren't saying anything. Or people are not saying things relevant to the Japanese lesson. Learners of Dutch in middle high school only remember how to count to 10 and say, Ik weet het niet, I don't know. That's an important one to learn in other languages. You... Tune in. You are always supposed to let me know when you don't understand. Always. I don't care what I'm working on. I want you to tell me that. This is not a, oh, she finally invited me to say that. No. Always. I would like you to tell me when you don't get it, because then I can spend more time on it. But when there's nothing being said, I have to accept that silence means I get it. If that's not the case, please tell me. Cannot read minds. It's very difficult through the internet. I have to at least have line of sight. Causative in English takes the form of using these 6 verbs. Force, get, allow, plus 2, or made, yes. Make, have, get. So you notice that basically there's 3 levels in here. Oh, let. Yes, thank you. I was wondering why my brain was shorting out there. Thank you. So force and make, this is top tier, highest pressure. Forced me to redo the test. He made me drink cold coffee. I didn't want to, but there's a lot of pressure. The middle tier here, get and have, is medium pressure. Maybe it's more like peer pressure. Maybe it's a little bit more like a little bit coercive language, or a strong implication. So this is middle tier. These here, the top tier of forcing. This could be threats. This could be like social or physical threats to make you do something. This is more subtle. And then the third tier, allow and let, is giving permission. You might look at this and say, is that causative? It still means that person A is in charge of what person B is allowed to do. It's just a lot softer touch. Good night, Lurg. Thanks for joining us. So does this make sense, Kunin? These sentences where person A says, I'm going to force you to do this. I'm going to make you do this. Oh, my mom got me to fix her computer. She didn't threaten me, but she can use things like parental guilt. That's a strong move in Pokemon. She got me to do it. Metaphorical twisting of the arm there. Let, allow. Alright, let's look at some sentences then. my boss got me to stay late. And do the report. Hey, Defiant. Eaten by a dragon? It's up to interpretation. Don't think I've seen something with O at the end before, so this is part of the implied structure. And often things where it's O it's kind of a do or have this. Yoi, good. Yume, dream. O. Sweet dreams, pleasant dreams, have a nice dream. So we don't have to say, oh, yo, mite kudasai ne. It's like, that's a lot of extra words. When you say good dream, direct object O, you're clearly saying the obvious thing. Do the obvious thing with having a nice dream. Expected you to type something. What were you expecting? My boogers? My bolero tie? My bonus round? I don't know what you're talking about. Reporto, correct. Good. You're always talking about lewd things. Chat talks about lewd things. I just have to go along with it because I'm just a poor underpaid school teacher at the mercy of my students. I still don't know where you're going with that. What, my bong? My bok choy? Oh, boobs? Quite possibly. I do talk about my boobs a lot. Your potato. Brotato. There we go. Alright, students. We've got a sentence right in front of us.
おいえ、ペイメント。
You don't have to pay me. 47's a big number. 47's a pretty big number. So you have, what you have there, Kunin, is basso. And when you have a word ending in a consonant in English, the guess that you should be doing for it is add an oo to the last sound, because unless it ends in n, unless it ends in n, you have to have it end in a vowel in Japanese. Thank you for the resubscription, Foxes. You don't have to pay me for classes. basu? That's the word bus. Getting closer, though. Give it another try.
More taxis for the teacher.
Why did you make it sound like I'm inappropriately touching the bot? I'm not touching the bot. So what you have, Kunin, is bosu. Kind of, yes. One more try? Can you get the word boss? Oh, is that it? I never know if there's more coming or not.
ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。
Did you pull that out of the notes?
ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。
ボスファイト。
ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。
I know it sounds weird to you because it's a little different than the English.
人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。ご存じましたか？人間男性とメポケモンのつなぎ色に対してシャワーズは人間との最適な互換性があります。
You don't understand how we don't elongate the O sound? So when you say, hey boss, or is it, hey boss? That doesn't make sense. Boss, it's really short. You don't call him a boss. That's probably how they spell the high-end speaker maker. Bose or Bose. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, they're called Bose speakers. Bose. Bose and boss. Yes, you can also use Joshi. But if you're talking about a direct boss, Bosu is more common. Joshi feels more distant. It feels like a supervisor. Well, that's why I say, when we're going from words in English, do they have basically a half-second elongation in the word? basu is the word bus. Bus. Short. Very short. The word bath. Bath. Little bit longer. Bus. Bath. Bus. Very short. Bath. Longer. Yeah, they don't have a th sound. A lot of times it either turns into su or za. That's all I can do for this sentence without serious hand-holding. It's quite complex. Aww. It needs a little bit of romance to get through these sentences. Alright, beginners taking a swing at it. Does anyone, the more intermediate students, want to take a shot? You love a good romance? Yeah, but what about a bad romance? Want your bad romance. I want your love and you want his revenge. You and me could write a bad romance. Chemical romance? That sounds trippy. Well, yes, you did write it, but it's actually way more complicated than I was looking for. You don't like MCR? Which is funny, because it's sort of considered like standard music for your rough age group, including some of the people who lean a little bit more emo. That would be something that... Yeah, I don't know My Chemical Romance either. I just know that's a thing. I don't listen to them. Okay. More complicated but correct. Yes, I can put that answer in there. But I'm going to list this as the Kaigai Nikki version. Not quite like that, OBS or Google Docs, thank you, though, but... 上司は俺に残業 this is overtime させて報告書を書かせた Yeah, this is way more complicated than what I was looking for. To the Aussie who's sorry, and to the Aussie who's wanting to know where to find makeup testers, Priceline Pharmacy has testers. There you go. Not spreadsheet. This is mostly the three of you recently, 99, spreadsheet, and EV. Talking about EV. Now I wonder what the simple version is. Yeah. I bet you do. I think Boxes is giving this one a go. Thought it was Eevee, but I couldn't remember. That's alright, 99. If / when Eevee comes back tonight, we can pass it on. Eevee's a cute one. I'm the one that eats all the food. Who's also cute. We've seen pictures. Spreadsheet. You wanna go through the selfies pictures in our Discord? Spreadsheet has one in there. Before and after Hobo Beard. Much cuter without the Hobo Beard. I forgot about that. I've stayed shaved. Shaven? Shaved. Shaved is fine. Clean shaven, correct. Aku can be used for typing, yeah. I don't think anybody actually handwrites reports anymore. You got to handwrite a report after I put a hole in the work van. How did you do that? Some stairs collided with you. Yeah, that happens. You're just sitting stationary in your vehicle and then suddenly stairs come right at you. Yeah, that happens. Took me way too long to conjugate kaku properly. Gotta practice more. Dang it, Twitch, get your stupid icons out of the way. Alright, Boxes says, オスは遅く残させられてレポートを書かせられました。Well, see, you're actually doing the causative passives. You're kind of jumping, not the shark, you're jumping ahead. No, the causative's fine, but you made causative passive. So basically it's saying your boss was made to stay late and write the report by you? Yep. Causative passive. So passive is for something to be done. Causative is making something. So causative passive is the combination of the two to be made to do something. Let's fix this up, though. Boss は私に遅く残させて just the causative, because we're not doing the passive. レポート書かせました。See? I was made to work 12 hours today. I was made to by somebody, probably my boss. Don't think I need to put in the causative kurida no kotte correct. Because then the two remaining until late. Oh, wait. Actually, let me fix this verb a little bit. Also, since I'm thinking about it. No koru, making somebody remain afterwards. So actually your verb is not nokosu because that's to leave something behind. The verb was nokoru for the intransitive. Nokoru, nokori, nokorasete. There we go. I don't know what we're making causative here. So you can just do stay and do, because that's what both Foxes and Kaigai Nikki are both doing. They're doing making you stay late and making you do the report. So Kaigai Nikki wants to see what my answer is. Is anyone else who wants to try this, or is it just me? I've trained the Google Docs and IME well. All I have to type is Kitsu and I get this as a possible conversion. Got it. Gonna have a quick sorry. Gonna have a quick stretch. It's getting hard to focus. I'll be back. Right. See you where's it pass out? Crikey. See you soon, spreadsheet. See you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. No, I get it, but this is still supposed to be instructive for you, Kun, so pay attention. Do most cats have an ear bud looking ears? That's called ticking them off. It's like flicking someone on the nose. They don't want to do that. Bosu wa. Here's my version. Osoku made reporto o kakasemashita. You can put the watashi ni just to make it clear. Anything where you upset a cat, their ears will go back. That is just a fact of cats. Oh, see? Overthinking it. But that's fine. you've never seen a cat that objects to it, they don't like it. Does that make sense? What's happening here? Boss is the subject. They're the one doing the making. Watashi ni. Who are they directing this making, forcing at? To me. They're forcing me to do this. Osoku made. Until late. Repoto o. And here's the kicker on the verb. Writing it. Forced me to write this. Just dropped in to say, good night, folks. Remember, you're all beautiful, handsome, cared about, and loved. Get yourselves and see you next time, whenever next time is. When you say see you next time, it makes me think we're on a TV program. See you next time. So the motto here indicating until, correct. Honestly, I'm not on TV. Unless someone is streaming to their TV. I suppose that's possible. There are a couple people who used to routinely put me on their television. Twitch TV, yes, it's Twitch Tuvalu, which is the country where the TV international internet extension is registered. I imagine at this point the registration of internet domains that end in TV is probably a decent chunk of their income for the country. I mean, for the registration of a domain, in addition to .co.jp, which is the .com version in Japan, and any.jp, or the .nets, you can get a .jp, and it costs you about $100 per year to register. I actually think the co.jp is also expensive, which is why .com is actually much cheaper. Foxes, did you follow my sentence? Did you see how simple you can actually make this sentence? I meant to nod. I mean, it's a kind of nodding. It's also kind of all over the place. I mean, technically you could have used this one. Since everyone seems to have one these days. I mean, that one's pretty well animated. So Foxes is far as we know, is the original. Sounds a lot better. I mean, your sentences were good. Both you and Kaigai Nikki put in some good sentences. Mine, I think, is just a little bit more elegantly simplistic, if I do say so myself. So, Digital Deer and Kunin, do you understand? I do have some elegant hair now. You understand too, spreadsheet? Good, good, good. I'm glad you're... Oh, that's right, because this is the section where you sort of... before you sort of fell off. Oh, good. I'm glad you're following. Yeah, my hair... My sister's hair is, like, perfectly straight, and I think their hair is pretty. And they always thought, oh, your hair's pretty, too. It's got this, like, natural curl, and they were all jealous of me. But now that my hair's longer, my long hair starts making pretty little spirals. It's kind of cool. I don't even have to do anything to it. Mostly just big, long, scary sentence. Yeah, so osoku made is a really good phrase that we should keep sort of in the back of your mind. Osoku made. Don't clog during... we have a hair trap in the shower. Not quite ringlets, but still. Not quite ready to move, still not cool. Not cool, man. Not cool, girl, not cool. I have trouble breaking the sentence into bytes too, slowly getting better. Sometimes I just cover part of the screen with my hand to help. Sometimes that helps. Which is why sometimes, like when Foxes is struggling with a sentence, I'll basically break it into chunks. And that's what she does too. Because when it's a really complicated, like, multi-part compound sentence with lots of little clauses and stuff, she will, like, break it up piecemeal and study the parts. And then the cool thing about Japanese is you basically just start snapping them together like Lego blocks. Subordinate my claws. It sounds like you're talking about Santa's elves, DD. Just write the parts of him together. That's how it works. Like, if you can eventually go and start making more complicated sentences and just, like, do it on the fly, that's when you know you've hit advanced Japanese. Because you can think about it and sort of compose it on the fly, which is hard. Especially when you're coming from English. 50 degrees Celsius from where it would warp. Where to? To a nearby galaxy? That's some potent printing. You remove it and it goes pew! Off into Alpha Centauri. Some amazing stuff. Causative passive. What do you mean, sigh? You've been here long enough, 99. You know what kind of stuff happens. In English, the same way that is not, unless Yoda you will become. No! As in deform, I'm aware. The quick red fox jumps over the silly cat. Now we get to the really weird one, but it's cool though. Bow ties are cool. Maybe your eye is getting crossed a little bit. Excited for this one because I don't know what's coming. Spreadsheet likes surprises. That's what I'm getting out of this. Someday we'll just have to go surprise spreadsheet. This one's going to be also a little bit longer. Saserareru. There we go. It fits. Easy. I actually hate surprises, but I love learning new things. So the only way we can get Spreadsheet to enjoy it is to surprise them with knowledge. When you use Quick Red Fox and send all the letters from top right to bottom left, glad you're working on the kana. Ohayo, konnichiwa, konbanwa. Konbanwa, Jackie the Fox. How's it going? That's what we call a mixed reaction. What is it? It's literally the combination of these two. Oh, I thought you were talking about the kana. Either way. Angry but wag wag wag. Positive passive. Person B is being made to do something. Or allowed to do something. He made them stay. Still causative. Your sentence is still a causative. Person A made person B stay. Fit. Roll over. He's being made to stay. Yes, this is so it's causative, but then we also passive is switching the subjects around. Subject and object trade places. They are being made to stay by their boss who won't let them go home. Yes. This boss sucks, we need a union. Oh yeah, you know how we're talking about all this union stuff? Apparently Amazon and some other group, I heard a report that they're basically trying to lobby and bribe Congress people to say that union busting is not a bad thing. Which would clearly enter a new era of corporate dickishness. Screw Amazon. I mean, you're closer than I am, so maybe you need to go do it. Digital dear. Positive passive is literally the combination of causative and passive together. You need one heck of a condom? I don't know, it sounds like you're bragging. I think you could just use a regular one. In other words, yeah, I know, the size of the condom is dependent on what you're penetrating with, not what you are penetrating into. Work for a union, most of them are useless. A lot of them are useless, but it depends how strong it is, how good the leadership is, how much sort of like money they have at their disposal by being a strong union that people want to belong to. Because if unions are weak, if they don't have any money, all they can do is basically yap, yap, yap. If you have a strong union who actually can force, who can force policy changes, who can authorize walk-offs, who can afford lawyers, like that's what you need to be an effective union. Like this, again, regular condoms should be able to take care of that. In other words, we're talking about being forced to do something. Minimum wage is $15. I think in California, fast food minimum wage is pushed up to $20 US. That was also quite expensive. Yeah, but it's really nice up here. North Carolina is still $9.15. In states like Alabama, it's still the federal minimum wage of about $7.25. She was made to make tea for the guests. Yes, it's a crazy difference. That's literally as low as you can make it, because if you don't set federal minimums in some of these areas, they will go lower. Crazy difference in cost of living, and there's also a crazy difference in what is pushing companies to pay a fair wage. In states like Alabama, they don't care whether people are poor, working their butts off. Whereas in California, we try to be like, well, people are working. They should make at least this much. A lot of companies have retirement fund matching. I don't know if McDonald's has that, but they probably have at least minimal health care. Anyone trying the sentence here? Trust me, I follow all of this all the time. You know a formal term for them? That'll work. Use whatever you got, digital dear. I'll tell you if there's a better term for it. Oh, that'll work. This is a Jackie the Fox sentence. Yeah, keep doing that. I have to do unformatted text to get it from Twitch chat into my Google Docs. Weird stuff keeps coming up. Stop eating the spicy ramen and it maybe won't come up so much. It's called acid reflux, foxes. It's okay. I understand. Go, 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 go. Urosemashita. No, I understand. I understand Coyote is ill and needs their little coyote bed, like, made up, or pills mixed into their food, or whatever it is. It's fine. You don't understand the concept of made to. So anything in English of made to do something is using force or threats or pressure to make somebody do something. So technically the best verb to use for this is for both coffee or tea. Kohi or ocha, kocha, o ireru. I think people just resort to this one. Technically, this one also works, but it's kind of a weird one. Ireru. Possibly because we're talking about pouring hot water into it. I was always a little confused by this one. So coffee, green tea, black tea, o ireru is the key verb here. So when you're talking about brewing some kind of beverage, what's the Japanese? Japanese is going to be the causative form. So this part is causative, this part is passive. Was plus participle. Same, not enter. Well, I mean, technically the same kanji as enter. The pronunciation of ireru is the same as insert or in. Use the same verb for making coffee or tea or any kind of brewed beverage, whether that's green tea, black tea, chai, I don't know, whatever, what other things you brew, whatever. It's the verb talking about brewing. And you just use the insert. I didn't make the language. No, not the square hole. Kaigai Nikki. Only if the guests are squares. Only squares should get things put in their hole. Got it. Kanojo wa kyoku ni ocha o ire sareta. Alright, so we have the casual form here. You only invite cool people over, I guess I can't come over. Yes, extreme brewing. We're just gonna pour coffee grounds in your mouth and then pour boiling. No, don't do that. I'm not gonna finish the sentence. That's a little too much for a joke. Cool like a cucumber? Less green though. More of a rust-colored orange. Pour the cold water in your mouth and heat it. The temperature will heat the water. Don't worry about that. It's not as gruesome as you think it is. Cucumber? Mm-hmm. I like having kanji in my name now. Yep, my answer is going to be very similar to Kaigai Nikki. Kanojo, she... Well, so... Although in Kaigai Nikki's sentence, it sounds like the guests are making her do it, which is not the way I was talking about it, but certainly a different way of interpreting it, because some of the guests like, do you have any tea? And then she has to go make it. And this is actually referring to something that Japan, which is going through the women's empowerment movement, still rankles about. Because sexism. So basically when guests appear, it's assumed to be the woman's job to go make tea or coffee. Here, men are here to do the business. Okay, women, go make tea. So it's kocha o ireru, to make tea, dropping the ru, adding saserareru, dropping the ru again and adding mashita. Correct. Japanese version, make me a sandwich? Kind of. Yeah, get back in the kitchen, woman, and make me some pie. Yeah, that's basically what it is. And, of course, more empowered and enlightened women are like, why does a woman have to do it? Why can't a man do this? But tradition. Japan is nothing without a system built on traditions. It's confusing. It is confusing until you practice more, and then it becomes this very elegant system where you can coast through. That's basically one verb, and it has all of this nuance and meaning to it. Male hands make bad tea. Yeah, except in Japan where they say, well, women's hands are warmer and therefore bad at making sushi. So that's what justified them refusing to let women be sushi chefs for centuries. Testosterone. Got me good there. Sushi things going off of? Yes. Wimbledon kitchen, and why are most professional cooks, chefs male? That's a weird thing. I've actually commented on that. Because in, like, amateur land, it's always, yeah, women belong in the kitchen and should stay there. And then when you get to the world of professional cooking and culinary delights, it's like women should not be professional chefs because only men are, like, make up your mind. Do they belong in the kitchen or do they not belong in the kitchen? Misogynists are hard to understand. When stuff becomes fun, famous, or important, it's men's job. Unfortunately, that makes way too much sense and it hurts. Sorry, what happened when computer science became a thing instead of just typing? Oh, yeah. Oh, mindlessly typing things out like a secretary. Well, that's clearly woman's work because it's monotonous and dull and tedious. Now, complex thoughts for computer science and making programs. Well, clearly men are better at that kind of thing because it's hard. Well, in kitchen, but men do everything better and all what I actually think, just to be clear. Yes. I understand. Don't worry. Which is why it's extra stupid why something like chess, the World Chess Federation has banned trans women from playing against cis women, from playing in the women's league. And basically the justification of their discrimination is that men's brains are better than women's. It's like, what is this, the 18th century? Get out of there. I mean, you're even giving them credit saying 19th century digitally, or I said 18th century. Where they basically said women are only good for bearing children and knitting. Saw a really cool video about why some languages become more analytic, i.e. fewer suffixes, prefixes, like Japanese over time. What was the conclusion? I'm very curious about this, as somebody who works with languages. So what I was saying for my sentence up here, she was made to make tea for the guests by her boss. So the implication is that her boss is the one making it. Yakusan no tame ni, for the benefit, for the purpose of guests. Ocha o hireru, our base verb. Slide oh wait, this is the ichidan verb ireru, ire saseru to make the causative. Then from here, ichidan verb, ru drop off, dareru. Now we have our understatement causative passive verb. 入れさせられました。Gamer Winch, I think it's all kind of bonkers. It's pretty bonkers. Have you seen the Queen's Gambit? That also demonstrates that principle, where the girl was like, I want to play against the men. They're like, you can't. You have no chance. You're a woman. Like, I wanted to, like, punch that person in the face. It's like, fairness, I don't think most of the federations existed until the late 1800s in their current form. Or if you're talking about Starfleet, then not until around 2300. You want to see the dregs of the internet? Just look at comments on an article about women's chess. How often do you see articles about women's chess, though? You want to see the dregs of the internet? Just look at any video about trans people on YouTube. Far easier to find those. Professional video game leagues, why separation by gender? Because men think they're all that. Isn't chess a perfect information game? Yes, but people do not have perfect calculations. Conclusions that had to do with agglutinative, has distinct morphemes, sounds like the drug, versus fusional languages. I'm still interested in that. Carlos the Tiger? Oh my gosh, welcome back. How are you doing, Carlos? I think it's probably been maybe a year and a half since you've been here. You're doing well, I'm glad to hear that. Just for your giggles, I'm going to check. Just for my own curiosity, I don't have to say it. Am I good or what? Should watch the video to see the logic is pretty compelling. Or Instagram. Basically, when I say YouTube, I mean any kind of site that has videos. Or any kind of social media for that matter. Value sanity too much? Just saying. Same thing. Doing well? Yes. Really isn't that hard to just not disrespect people. You don't need to respect them, but this is why I almost never talk to anyone. You can talk to us, though, Spreadsheet. Basically, you have patriarchal thinking leading into people feeling they have an innate superiority to people, which also taps into racism, but we don't have to get into that. But I agree with you, Spreadsheet. Oh, you were at TFF. Nice. We actually had several people from the community who were also there, including some first-time meetings by some people. So it was very fun. Those are like people like, I don't know who that is. We're gonna go find on Trans Topic on YouTube. Oh, and Mr. Beast has been fighting for trans rights. That's also good. Kitsy with a mind like a steel trap. Well, I hope my brain isn't quite that heavy. Or noisy. Or dangerous. Or is likely to take your leg off. Most tolerant trans people is probably Reddit. That's why I spend most of my time on Reddit. No, I agree with you, Blythe. Because the difference of the way of global moderators on social media platforms versus Reddit, who, when you create the group, has its own moderators who are relevant to the topic and are chosen by the people who sort of live and work there in the little community. That makes them a lot better suited to be tolerant of topics rather than institutional. Don't grasp the causative form stuff for a while. You're very new to this. Push it off to the side. Not important. I was just going for, let's put these down on paper so people know what it looks like. Reviews memes? Ugh. For the most part, I could stay away from memes for my own sanity. Your brain can't meme macrofauna. What are you doing with your life? Not maiming macrofauna? I consider it a nice pastime of mine. Hey Moogle, right on time. Instagram is awful. I mean, Instagram comes from Facebook, and Facebook is awful, and YouTube is awful. Which is weird. You'd think that Google would be better about that. If something feels beyond me, I tend to look in a interesting sort of way and rather force myself into it. That's fine. We can always circle back around later. Perfectly good. Potentially... You are potentially maiming people with your mind. You just don't know it. Eventually things will click, so there's no need to force it. I will hope there's no audible click in your brain. So I'm hoping I'm not causing brain trauma with this. Do we need another example, or should I move on, just so we can complete the table? In your spine. I hope I'm not causing spinal trauma. Audible clicks are the bear trap. Yeah, that's what I thought when you said mine like a steel trap. It's like... Didn't know if you'd remember my username. Of course I remember you, Carlos. Lots and lots of late night discussions. Recently got a new job and entered a new relationship. Exciting. Very cool. All we have left in class, we can complete the table if we're short. Look, I'm short, so I can complete the table. Some of you tall folks may not be able to. Congrats, Carlos. Since it's been so long, which I'm pretty good at estimating, is almost exactly a year and a half, you've probably noticed some changes. I probably look and sound a little bit different than the last time you were here. Don't know if all those things should be remembered. Life is a mixture of good and bad. As long as the bad is not held against us, then it's just part of the relationship. You noticed. Yeah, things are different. So, have you noticed anything different? Anything different, maybe? Nice top? Every cute girl needs a nice top. Hey, Trash Boat. And it's a cute shirt. Yeah, there's a... There's plenty of LGBTQ jokes, mostly gay jokes, that are like, hey, nice top, and then the person next to them says, hey, thanks. Or cute top. I've seen different variations of that one. Casual volitional. Thank you for making it all the way to the bottom of this table. This is one of your main ones that's going to... Basically one of the only denizens of the old column. Q-top there, I have a name. Yeah, that's another version I've seen. Also a good one. Denizen? What, are people gonna start accusing me of making up English words now too? The will one, correct. This is talking about the word for volition. Your volition is your will, your consciousness, your desires. Interesting word choice? Look, I think we've already discussed that my mind is a potential dangerous metal device. And this is the word that spits out sometimes. Hey, Lucienne. It's true, we do have names. What? Lucienne calling herself out a little bit. Nintendonitis used to be a description of pediatricians describing basically repetitive stress syndrome in kids who play video games. Saw volitional again and immediately went to oh no. Spreadsheet saw volitional and basically had a numb flashback. You know what you're saying? That's okay, I understand. Just making sure I'm not jumping to conclusions. Volitional, yes, very different. Pause casual volitional. Now this one's going to be slightly different than the polite volitional, because polite volitional forces the meaning to be about plurals. So it's always a we or a let's do something. Casual volitional can be singular. And this is basically the oru form. And you'll hear this in anime all the time, especially for like single male this macho protagonists. Characters always be like, I want to do this, or let's do this. So this is going to be similar to the polite volitional. So something at you and or others. Do verb. Let's take a look. I recently came out to my parents in light of getting a boyfriend. I'm very happy for you, but I also remember what state you're in. How did they take it? Congrats on coming out, by the way. Huge step. I'm just worried about the backlash. Cute? What's cute? My emotes are cute? Japanese is cute? The pictures? That's not me or Fox's, by the way. Parents took it well. My sister's is already out as a lesbian. Thank your sister for that, then. Oh, okay. Good. But sometimes, like, if there are multiple LGBT kids in the family, sometimes the first one takes the brunt. And then after it's like, yeah, whatever, we've been through this before. Digital Deer says, Kareshi omedetou, congratulations on the boyfriend. Yeah, that's big news. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear everything seems to be going well for you. Sister's actually younger than me, just had her first relationship. And came out first, which is also more pressure. Did you find it easier knowing that your sister had come out first? And that she sort of tested the waters first? Found out that there were no sharks? Guess that makes sense with the multiple kids thing. I actually knew somebody else who lived in San Francisco but was originally from the state of Texas. And I think he said he had...
Hey, it's...
Why do these things go together?
Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and
I
check
shouldn't
your
drink
posture.
that.
Your health comes
I should have
first.
gotten some water. I don't want to be drinking Monster Energy this late. So a friend that I knew in San Francisco who actually ended up going to Japan, apparently he has 3 or 4 older brothers and basically almost all of them are all gay. So it happens, and probably, I think he was the last one, is probably just like, whatever. They said genetically speaking, the more boys that a mother has, the more likely the later ones are going to be gay. Vegemite cheese can't have one. Blah, 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 blah. I know. I'm not saying that you can't have firstborn being gay. I'm just saying that genetically speaking, that the further along the line, they said that potentially, like, testosterone levels at time of birth may decrease. Alright, let's talk about the casual volitional form. Let's look at some examples of just how you make this form, first of all. Talking about what you and or others. So you can use casual volitional for plurals for you and others, but in a very casual setting, or you can just use it to talk about yourself. Also met a lot of great local furs here in Houston. I've heard Houston is a pretty good place to live. Ah, there's an exception. Oh, I should have... Thank you. I should have... Thank you for reminding me, spreadsheet. So, the ichidan verbs turn into yo rather than ro. My bad. And our others or planning to do. Taberu, the to eat verb. Okay. Tabeyo. And this can turn into a let's eat, but in casual. So maybe it's like family, or maybe you're having Friendsgiving, or something like that. Tabeyo. It can also be kind of cute, especially. Ne, tabeyo yo. Yeah, let's eat it. Let's have some ice cream or crepes or whatever. In some ways, hard to get around in poor public transit given how many furries are in tech and how big tech is here. There are a lot of furries. So I've heard statistics which are hard to find, but they said the states with the highest numbers and concentrations of furries are Colorado, Texas, and California. And part of that is indeed a strange causative link between tech and furries. Dragon は foxes を食べようと言っていました. So said that they're going to do it. Sure, good sentence. Furry population must be through the roof, only if you're having a good time and there's a lot of booze. My boyfriend and I have talked about moving to Colorado where most of his family is. It's apparently a very good state. Dragon はフォクセスちゃんを食べようと言っていました. So the dragon was saying that they're like intending to eat for foxes. Happens. Yep. You're following along, spreadsheet. Good. I don't think I've ever seen a furry in the wild before. Now I'm hearing the voice of like David Attenborough. The elusive furry is not often found in urban centers, but are more likely found to be frolicking in in more nature-strewn parks and forest lands. Saw someone wearing furry merch at work the other day. More likely to see furry stickers on laptops or on your phones or maybe a little badge somewhere. Last time I saw my favorite band, I saw someone with furry merch in the crowd and went home with them. The Mountain Goats. Right, Carlos? Is that your favorite band? Found a... Sasuga watashi. See, if my brain says, oh, that's some useless trivia about somebody, for some reason I'm more likely to remember it. If it's something important like their birthday or their like I don't know, siblings' names, like I'm not gonna remember that. What are the states with the smallest population of furries? I would guess some of the more hostile areas to LGBTQ people. So I probably would guess West Virginia and Alabama. But I don't have any numbers for that, so take that with a grain of salt. Or whatever it takes to swallow that kind of nonsense. 10th time seeing them? I don't go to concerts, but I do think it's cool when you get to see your favorite band. Sorry, I'm still just happy that I remembered that. See, I totally do remember you, Carlos. Wyoming, South Dakota. South Dakota has a lot of people relative to Wyoming. Wyoming is one of the least densely populated states. Fox in the cute shirt is cute. Playing the same color Switch that I have with the red and blue controllers. So, I thought this was a good one. I don't play the Switch very much, but I do have this exact color schema of Switch. Yep. So, the dragon, this is Digital Deer sentence. The dragon sort of tabeyo to iimashita, said that they intend to eat for foxes. Guy I met at the concert was in Oklahoma City. He said the furry scene there is small but alive. We actually have someone from the community who lives in Oklahoma and goes to... I remember the name of the con there. Yeah, lives in Oklahoma. Anik, that doesn't sound familiar. TTFC? They have more than one? TTFC is in Tulsa and their expo is in Oklahoma City. Tales and Tornadoes for a con. Anthro Expo. Wild Nights, they have a third one? I'll have to ask them. I don't remember which one. None of those are ringing a bell. This is a conservative for conism. Excuse me, what? I suspect I don't want to know. It might be Annex, come to think of it. So. The con made for people banned from other cons for various reasons. Quite literally a pity party. So Kunin, Doragon is our subject. Wa. The foxes, the chan. This is for foxes. This part's easy to understand too. Oh, tabeyo. So here's our grammar. This is the intention to eat. To itteimashita. This is the say verb here. Was saying. Actually, yeah. Infamous image of a single kiddie pool and empty... I actually don't want to think about what they're trying to imply there. So, basically we have sort of a nested sentence here. So the inner part of the sentence is fufoxis-chan o tabeyo. Kind of this intention or idea of let's eat fufoxes. Outer sentence, the dragon, subject, was saying something. And what were they saying? Contents of inner sentence. So does that make better sense as sort of an overall kind of sentence structure concept? I mean, most of that sentence was just katakana spelling out really long words, which are not actually that long, but just katakana makes them that way. I'm glad to see you're well. I'm glad to see you're well. On to bigger and better things for both of us. Katakana parts helped me a lot, gave my brain less to think about. Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, blah 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 blah. Alright, this concept locked in, easy. Sounds mostly like English with a twist. I wish you had a better version. You mean brain version? Headcanon? I mean, you're already doing a lot better. Had met a better version. It's fine, Carlos. We butted heads a couple of times, but, you know, I never really had any animus towards you. Mostly I just wanted you to be happier. And now it looks like you're happier, so... When you say I wish you had met a better version of myself, boo, here you are. You are now a better version of yourself than you were before. Are you a little happier? There you go. Because my mind works like that song of I hope you're happier or something like that. Which now makes me jump over to Wicked. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy now. The beginning of Defying Gravity. Here's another very, very common usage of casual volitional. This form is very useful. We're talking about things that you are thinking / planning of doing. So this is kind of a preliminary planning stage. Just short of hard details. Kind of surprised it picked up you, although it makes me happy. I'm glad Japanese verbs are making you happy, spreadsheet. Slowly getting better at listening and learning words. You've been exposed to Japanese for a long time and you finally caught the bug. I would have popped in sooner, but anxiety had stopped me until now. Maybe I'll try to come in every now and then. I am happy to have you in chat, Carlos. Really, really. I think about you every so often and be like, I wonder how Carlos is doing. I hope they're doing well. And this is not me just saying that because you're here. I used to think back on old streams, and sometimes we got in a little verbal tussle, but things are better for me. Things are better for you. Congrats on the new job and new boyfriend. All very exciting, I'm sure. See, Moogle remembers you. No need to worry about you, too late. I'm a worrier. Even if you say don't worry about me, I'm still gonna worry. So we use the casual volitional plus omoimasu to omou. So this is literally saying, I'm thinking of this. And so it's not like I literally have plans to go do this. It's like, I'm going to do this. I'm like hand mouse poised over making reservations, like that far advanced of a thought. Like, I have this very strong intention to go do this thing. I've just never done it. I haven't done any of the steps. Hope you're doing well. Sometimes the blessing and curses of having a really good memory is not being able to forget stuff, but I do. See, I remember you fondly, Carlos. Problem is, it's all random minor stuff that in my memory. I wish I could remember more kanji. Or remember more of the steps of this process I'm trying to work on offline. I have trouble remembering, I have to go check the guide again. All sorts of stuff like that. But I remember your favorite band is the Mountain Goats. So that's my brain, and that's how it works. So alright, so just past midnight, we might start wrapping it up. Foxes, did you have any lyrics you wanted to do? Never forget anything either, isn't that scary? So forgetting is not necessarily the most important part. And this is from somebody else who has a scary good memory on some things. The most important thing is not about trying to forget things. The most important thought is learning how to forgive both yourself and others. Because if all you have is like trauma memories and anger, it goes bad. Very, very bad. So from somebody who has really, really good memory, like semi-photographic memory of traumatic things, getting better at learning to forgive other people is really, really helpful. Self-forgiveness is hard and important. And a lot of people hold themselves to a much higher standard as far as, well, I can forgive everybody, every single person in this world, not myself. And it's like, why are you tormenting yourself when you would never do this to another person? you would never take someone to account that much. Sometimes I think about things I did when I was a tiny little spreadsheet and get upset still. Oh, you mean back when the spreadsheets were only like, what is it, 64 columns wide or something? That's okay, we just do baby steps of getting better at being kind to ourselves. And it's a process, it's true. No, you said tiny spreadsheet. Spreadsheets go to quite large numbers of columns now and large numbers of cells. Okay, now that I mentioned cells, it does sound like I'm calling you expansive, but I'm not. I'm talking about spreadsheets. Hey, Evie, thank you for the redeem. I don't know if it's working because the sound effect has been sort of hit or miss today. Yep. Thanks for the hydration. 99, I think, was trying to pass this information on to you, Evie. 99 said, you want to try, I think it was Priceline Pharmacies? I guess that's a pharmacy drugstore chain in Australia? I don't know how to time it. I listened to that sound effect over and over again until I had the timing right on the animation. That's where you get your meds? Then go start trying on makeup. Time to make up for lost time. Sometimes I sigh at my own jokes. Didn't used to be an online shopping or travel site called Priceline. Priceline still exists. I remember William Shatner used to advertise for Priceline. Might be a good idea to talk to them next time I'm in. Actually, team are all friendly and maybe worth it. Hey, makeup's amazing. I actually have a big work function coming up. I thought, I'm gonna put on makeup because they want to do like new company photos and stuff. I'm like, well, better look pretty. Sometimes a great wave of forgetfulness rises up and blesses me, and other times the sickness howls and I despair of any remedy. Sounds like a person tormented by bad memories. But, I mean, that's a very cool imagery, though. Foxes, you still around? If so, it's possibly lyric time. I meant to get makeup yesterday, Tibaha, but dresses in cute jumpers. When Australians talk about cute jumpers, I think about baby kangaroos. So I wanted to get a hair straightener, but again, Chris dressed in cute jumpers. I think you need a shopping list, Evie. 会社の写真、そうね。プロフィールの写真を撮りたいって。It's from the perspective of Cain. I'd be tormented too if I heard. Ah, you're talking biblical Cain. Got it. Did you know that kangaroo is a verb? As in jumping over things? Cat, please stop knocking stuff off my... I guess that's futile to say. I'm basically telling Cat to not be a cat anymore. There's a cat on my table right next to me knocking stuff off. I'll give you a baby kangaroo. Yeah, the part that got modded was you a baby. Twitch thought you were insulting me. The word kangaroo actually comes from the indigenous word kangari, meaning I don't know. Are you saying you don't know, or the word means I don't know? $170,000 channel points? You're still welcome to redeem them, Carlos. Looks like Fox is not here anymore, so let me finish this section, and then we'll start thinking about taking off, raiding out. Story goes, the white man points to a kangaroo and asks what's this called, to which they responded, I don't know. Ah. They're asking for that specific kangaroo's name. I don't know, I'd have to ask his mother. There actually is a specific Discworld novel by Terry Pratchett that takes place in their version of Australia. I think it's called The Lost Continent. And basically there's a kangaroo character who keeps showing up, and he has a sweater on because there was a kangaroo with a sweater on in the beer poster. And so the main character's like, wait, have you seen a kangaroo in a sweater? And one of the beer patrons says, are you gonna say something about woolly jumpers? That one's Bobby's, yeah, every Friday, right? If I had to ask somebody, I'd probably ask an Australian. Myth or 100% fact in both opinions there, I could believe it easily, not unless you know the original word. Gonna go over the road soon and get me some red rooster while wearing the brown dress for practice or wearing dresses out. See? See? You kind of broke through your hesitancy of doing it. And now it's easy. Kind of like me with my tail and skirts. It's kind of like, I'm nervous as heck doing this, but now it's like no one cares, and in fact some people compliment me on it. What is Red Rooster? I'm assuming it's a food place? Digital Ear's probably looking at Red Rooster and thinking it's a sex phrase. Chickens that live next door are too smart to cross the road? Well, then the joke wouldn't have happened, so we need some dumb chickens. It's a them problem. True most of the time. Fried and roast chicken. Darn, I'm really hungry now. Stop talking about this. Red Rooster? We call it the Rooster brand if you're talking about the Sriracha brand. Made in California, by the way. Not around here. It's like about 5-6 hours from here near Lancaster, California. The town where people were complaining about their eyes burning from all of the red peppers that they would grind up at the factory. Any penny? I mean, we just have Kentucky Fried Chicken. We've got Popeyes, we've got Church's. Those are considered the tastier fried chicken places. Seals at the Vietnamese places, sure. Rooster brand is sort of the like semi-official best brand. Popeyes is like Kentucky Fried Chicken, but they still leave it like extra greasy. So if you're going to go to get fried chicken, you're kind of already not expecting to get health food, so they kind of just load up the fat. And it's darn tasty. A bowl of pho now and then is good. But for me, Mexican food #1. And then, like, Cali Mex, not Hispanic, authentic Mexican food. I know I'm not... I've heard people who are like, that's not Mexican food. I'm like, I don't care, I enjoy it, it's tasty. And then Thai food, my #2 favorite food. Get my chicken from Oporto. Can have the piri piri. Funny thing in Japanese, the word piri piri is onomatopoeia for something being like really spicy or prickly. Roast is healthier, true, because it doesn't have as much of the oil soaked up into the dredge. You like Popeye's sides better? True. Central Dread IHOP? I've been to IHOP, it's basically Denny's. Homie noodle place, dispensary, of course. It's Washington. Tex-Mex? Yeah. I always just feel really sad when my friends who are legit Hispanic were like, look, you don't know good Mexican food, let me make some for you and I'll try it. And I'm like, oh, this is good. And I'm thinking, I don't like it quite as much because I'm not Hispanic. Chicken tenders, lettuce, and herb mayo? Oh, I'm so hungry now. Love some gentrified Austin Tex-Mex. Someone in the community said that the best like barbecue chicken they've ever had was in Austin. Apparently that place is so good that apparently waiting for an hour or two to get this chicken is worth it. For the opportunity. I think piri piri is Portuguese for chili. I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese inherited that word. Is IHOP's hits different? How and why? I'm Hispanic, but I'm not Mexican, so it's not like I'd know either. No, you see, I've literally had people like from Mexico proper makes me some chocolate mole, and I'm like, you're going to a lot of work, and I don't like it. Not that I'm not liking or appreciating you doing the work. I don't think chocolate mole is anything special. Very nice food court with lots of yummy food chains, but over the years all gone. Now it's mostly construction site for all. E-Mart, All Sports, the only ones left there are Subway, Kebab Shop, and a Don Tonburi. Separate food court for the Asian stuff. Our local mall, the only restaurant that is left in the food court of this sad, dying mall, is the Barros. The one restaurant that refuses to die. Went to a fried chicken place there that did like a double fry, was super crunchy and juicy. That's what people are talking about when they talk about Korean fried chicken. Because they'll dredge and fry it, and then they'll dredge and fry it again. So you basically get like double layer of this stuff. I'm not Portuguese, so I don't know. I just want to call it piri piri. My friends were regretting me and said that. Yeah, piri piri, onomatopoeia from Japanese. I might look it up though, if that is originally from Portuguese, because I'm curious. It actually lists a Wikipedia definition. Piri piri, or peri peri, is a cultivar of Capsicum frutescens, one of the sources of chili pepper that grows both wild and domesticated. Small, extremely spicy member of the capsicum genus, grows in Malawi, South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. The more you know. So it's possible that that's one of the origins of it. Go back to the hole-in-the-wall Korean place. If they have fried chicken, it's supposed to be good, especially when they slather on top of twice fried chicken this like spicy sweet Korean sauce. So darn it, I'm also contributing to my stomach being really hungry. Mozambique was once a Portuguese. I should know that. Being a trivia fox, I knew that Mozambique is one of the biggest countries outside of Portugal and Brazil that speak Portuguese, and did not make the connection, so bonus points to Carlos for that. Actually, making Colombian food known as portions are big. I think portions of anything down originating in South America is big, because the Brazilian steakhouses, the only thing they're known for mostly is lots and lots and lots and lots of meat. Had the Colombian breakfast at a Hispanic-owned brunch place a while back, and it was amazing, like rice and chorizo and fried plantains and beans. I know Costa Rican food also does fried plantains really well. We have a place near here called Soul Food, and it's not Southern Soul Food, it is Costa Rican Soul Food. This with Big W, Kmart, and Target plus 2 Woolies, Kohl's chains, how can business be that bad? Yeah, but if you get, like, health-conscious, Macca's is not exactly a first choice. Or if you have a lot of other better options. Yeah, so you can take the plantains, you, like, sort of dry them out, and then you smash them, fry them up again, and, like, put a sweet spicy oil on it. Delicious. Macca's and Hungry Jack's both went under. Sumo salad seems to be kind of a mixed message, though. Are you saying that people are fat and they want to eat a salad? Or is it supposed to be Asian? Fried milk? Excuse, what? That's... Is that a thing? Fish and chip shop near me also does fried Mars bars. That's carnival food in the US. Dapper Bakeneko. Good evening, good evening. どこに行ってもこんばんはという顔というかおはようございます。どんな時間帯でもこんばんはと言っていいじゃない？ Welcome, welcome, Bakeneko. Right, Marburger, I'm not crazy about Oreos. And it's like, well, now you just have goopy melted chocolate. It's a sushi place. But salad, but the name... It sounds like they just wanted the alliteration. Why not just call it sumo sushi? the plaid shirt and the big tall fox. The big tall fox next to foxes was a Japanese fursuiter, actually. Plaid shirt, that's foxes, wearing alternate fursuit. Sumoshi. Sure, worth a shot. Fish and chip had the OMG burger, 4X patty, and bacon burger topped with 2 Krispy Kreme. My arteries are crying just reading that. Fun fact, Oreos are technically vegan. Now they are. They used to have beef lard in them. And fun fact we learned from Trivia Murder Party, Oreos have the crosses of Lorraine, I think is the term for them, in the design. Hey, Aslan. Squishy Sumoshi. Yep, you got the slogan, except no one would understand it there. Hey, Magic Hap. Love lard? I mean, lard makes things tasty, but at the same time, Oh, Fortnite? No thanks. Although... it is a team member, so I'm tempted to go there anyway. Oreos suck? Not all Oreos suck. I don't like the plain Oreos. My favorite Oreos are the pistachio Oreo thins. Hands down, best Oreos in my opinion. You like Oreo flavor things, you hate Oreos. So does that mean you like cookies and cream ice cream? Golden one, it just tastes like a vanilla cookie then. Who we got here? Oreo McFlurry? Okay, fair enough. I haven't gone to McDonald's in a long time either. I did go to Burger King recently, but that's because I had a promotional offer through my phone company, of all things. Like free Whopper. Free spicy chicken sandwich. That's what it was. You have to have it two times a week because I work there? I mean, you don't have to, but it's probably a lot more work. Put as much Oreo in there as are allowed regardless of cost was my best idea ever. Is it basically Oreo crumbs? Here's your Oreo shake. It's like, there's no liquid in here. All right, so it's delicious. If you like Oreos, me, I prefer pina coladas. Basically, paper scoop of Oreo dust. That's if you go to like frozen yogurt places. Frozen yogurt places where you're paying an ungodly amount of money for something by weight. You want to look for it where you're sucking on the end of the spoon? I don't blame you. It seems like a reasonable assumption. What about Dancing in the Rain? Assuming I have some place to dry off, or if I'm with somebody cute, then yes, I like dancing in the rain. Something about vets dressed up in red fox masks to care of a bunch of fox kids. Aw. Cute. Everyone likes crumbled Oreos. I'm a bit ambivalent on them. Come back my only free time during test week. See you in 2 weeks. No worries, we're just actually about to raid out anyway. Go class Keats and everyone else too will be well? Oh, I never actually made an... I'll do one sentence and then we'll start wrapping up.
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your posture. Your health comes
Shoot,
first.
I don't have anything to drink. I need to get some water after this. Have a good night. That's the plan. Good to see you again, Carlos. Come back again. Yoi, shawa wo. Hamburger wo tabeyou to omoimasu. So this verb, I think. Omoimasu, I think of this. So tabeyou to. This part is hamburger. This part is like intending to eat. And then this is thinking about it. So I'm thinking of eating a hamburger. Which is a great little sentence, not only because we're all probably thinking it now, with all the discussion we've had of hamburgers at this end of the stream. It's almost an hour following the edge of my 3D print. Well, still better than whittling it out of wood. Excellent, that's exactly right, Kunin. Please never come back. Anxiety is often worse than the real thing. I'm thinking of it. But literally it's easier to do thinking because we're using the thinking verb. This is a very common phrase. Whatever you're thinking about doing, it doesn't mean you've planned anything. It's not like you have time and date worked out, or the logistics of where you want to get the hamburger from, or how you're going to get there. You're just stating the intention to do it. Like, I'm planning on raiding another streamer. I don't know who yet. Maybe this one. Even though they're playing Fortnite and I kind of avoid all games like Fortnite. Other options, here's someone playing Helldivers 2 for 5 people. Is Twitch listening to me now? Pirates Software came up and somebody was just talking about them. It's Liren Strauss's affiliate anniversary, 16 viewers. That's reasonable. I was contemplating rating a team member who has 13, but that's basically the same thing. I do like anniversaries and birthdays and all that. Welcome back, Foxes. I asked you if you wanted lyrics, but we're kind of a little bit past time now. Playing Skyrim. Grim. Fork Knife and Burger. Yeah, I have a team member who's playing Fork and Knife. But let's take a look over at Lyran Strats. Lyran Straz, not with the T. So it's not like German. You weren't napping, but you were asleep when it came time for your lyrics. Oh yeah, affiliate anniversary. I've never seen the little hat icon pop up just yet. Liren? Yeah, but is it Liren or Lyren? They're a fellow they-them enjoyer? You can ask them. They should have that in the FAQ. Because I'm sure they get that question all the time. I mainly stream Darkest Dungeon under crowd control. I'd watch that. I love Darkest Dungeon. Except when it totally screws me over with a back attack in the dark where all 3 people attack my healer. Critting him 3 times. That's when I stop playing the game. Because I'm like, screw this noise. You suck, game. And I haven't played it yet. I should go back to it, though. Alright, I'm okay with this. In the back time, not of when I'm playing Darkest Dungeon. I was so far ahead. And this was a party member who'd been in their game from the beginning. Was my, like, top rank healer. And it's just like, backstab, backstab. He survived one, too. It's like, backstab, survive, and then the 4th person also hit him and killed him with a regular hit. And I'm like, you must be joking. I think I even had my party members at the campfire, one with like vigilance that's supposed to reduce your chance of sneak attacks in the dark. It's like, when the game just wants to destroy you in Darkest Dungeon, it will, and there's nothing you can do about it. Don't feel cold? I love the cold. HRT has made me sweat so much in very mild weather. Confidence is slow and indigenous. Not indigenous, wrong word. Insidious. Confidence is local. Local and native to this land. Insidious. I didn't catch it. I'm like, wait, that's not right. Stop slandering indigenous peoples, Aslan. Oh, I didn't type it right. There we go. There's the raid. Oh, and they just started too. Bonus. Yeah, they've been streaming for 14 minutes. Thank you for streaming the lessons. Sorry to people who were a little intimidated by the very grammar-heavy lesson today, but I think we got some really good examples and sentences in there, and lots of notes. And we have this gem of a sentence. I'm sure everyone's thinking about hamburgers after talking about Macca's and Hungry Jack's and all that. Thank you for the stream, Foxes. Yeah, you're welcome. Foxes is very happy that for their contribution to it. Soul Good is a great lesson. Even for you, Kunin, I hope that you got a lot of good experience in here. Hoard my resentment like rare and priceless gems hanging in your dreams and there's nothing left of them. They're not supposed to melt. Have a great night. You too, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you for all the love. Have a good night. See you Wednesday. Bye.